I will get this going, and then what we'll do is, oh man, it never ends. I mean, everything says we're fine, but like I said, you don't know until you actually do the.
Well, what I've got some material that I can screen share with you in
Sure.
place of video.
Sure.
And I'll just I'll run slides at this end, because I don't know if you looked at my tweets, but I've got a lot of material.
Sure. All right, so we are live here at the Midnight Ocean. You got to bear with us. It's amazing. This is Jeff, your host, as we work through some of our technical issues. It's never. It's always fun. It's always fun to do live shows. Now I know why certain individuals will pre-record those shows and everything. But we are live. I think. Let me see how we kick off here. And I do apologize. This is not our normal entry or our introduction and everything. So I do apologize. I got Trip Elix is going to be joining us a little bit later. Actually, he is sitting, listening and watching me on our video feed as we're trying to work through an issue. And I do apologize for getting out there, but let's do this. I've always learned that you need to just kind of stop. As a pilot, my training, yes, I had a pilot's license. They say, what's the first thing you do when you have an accident or when something goes wrong in your airplane? The first thing you do is stop. Do nothing. That's the first thing. So let me do this. Let me stop right here. Let's get some good intro music going into the system.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is correct. Thank you, Andrew. Actually, a lot of people have asked me already, where do I get my voiceover? I get my voiceovers done by a company called Voiceover Crew. Great company. They do a lot of work for us. Actually, for the show, we got a lot more coming. We have some other things coming down the pipes, and we use the Voiceover Crew. You can go to voiceovercrew.com and get them and stuff. And wow, it never fails how much we prepare. Oh my goodness. You are listening to Jeff Norton, the Midnight Ocean podcast. I am your host, of course, Jeff Norton. I haven't changed. Just making more and more mistakes. If you're out there in the YouTube universe, hey, why don't you get on the chat room, say something to us, let us know how the audio is for you guys and gals. Let us know. And I always rely on you. I don't have ears out there. So if you are out there joining us in YouTube land, please get on the chat. Let us know how we sound. Tonight's going to be a great show. We have Trip Elix who's going to be joining us in the bottom of the hour. We're going to be talking about all things privacy. I'm sure we're going to get into some other technical computer things. If you guys don't know, that's something that's near dear to my heart, something that I do quite a bit of work in. the computer technology. So it'll be an interesting conversation. We'll see how that goes with Trip Elix, and we'll talk about his books on privacy and everything. So extortionism, digital extortionism, which we'll get into that a little bit later. But first, a little bit of house cleaning, keeping information for you guys. Wow, what a day. What a day. You know, once again, we worked on the automation system. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Hey, I think I found where the echo was coming from. For those that have been listening, we tracked that down today and share with you. No, it was IO air, as they would say in the industry. For those that don't know, that's ignorant operator. So step away from the board. Put the chalupa down, step away from the board. No, so that was kind of funny. I did figure that out, I think, today, and we got that running, worked on getting our show scripts, and of course, right before the show, we had a minor issue with our Skype with Trip. We're going to try to use the video at the bottom of the hour. When Trip comes online, we're going to try to use the video, but we are having a small issue. I'm not one to criticize a product. But, that's not what I'm going to do. But, for all of those podcasters out there, people that have been in the business, we use a product that takes our audio signal and then processes it and puts it into the computer. And this is the second go around for me. So 2 strikes. They already have 2 strikes with me. I used their other product years ago on my other show, had issues with it. You'd think I'd learn, Gen 2 came out. So I'm using it again. Once again, we're having issues. So I'm going to give a shout out to BSW, Broadcast Supply Warehouse. That's where I get all of my audio equipment. These are professional. I'm just going to call them and say, hey, look, send me something. I'll fix this. And they're great about that. Oh my gosh. Of course you got to pay. I wish I was at that point in my broadcast career where they would just send it to me, but no, they'll pay and we'll replace that. But we're having a few issues and we'll try to work through that at 10:30. So I'm just giving you a warning, but hey, it's live. I think that's part of why you guys pay this ticket, is so that you can watch me screw up. And I'm going to drink a little bit of coffee. I haven't had my recommended 2 cups of coffee yet. You know what they say about coffee in the computer world? It's just code waiting to be written. Wow, that tastes good. Oh, my goodness. Talk about housekeeping. I just want to give a big shout out to my assistant producer, my lovely daughter. Yes, I am biased. I'm biased. I'll be the first one to tell you. Doing a great job there. She put another one in the bag. This is insane. The guests that we're getting. Assigned another one guest, got him coming up on the 31st. I'm going to save his name back, but you guys out there in Trek land will know who he is. And we're going to have an awesome conversation. I spoke with him earlier today. And you know how you can just get on the phone and talk with someone and know that you're going to gel with them right off the bat? Yeah, we had that conversation. This is a guy who's pretty busy, got a lot of things, got a lot of movies in the works and stuff. And we just had a very long conversation today. So that's coming on August 31st. Keep your ears open and stuff. We'll announce who that is here in a little bit, during the week and stuff. But it's just amazing. It's just amazing how well she's been able to get guests. So great job, Carly. Appreciate all your hard work and everything. Another shout out. I would be missed if I didn't mention the lovely Miss Sandy. They tell you got your spouse, and you really need to listen to your spouse. You really do. It is a partnership and stuff. So she, most people get up and be angry and stuff. She let me sleep an hour later because she obviously felt that I needed it, and she was right. She's always right. I just don't tell her that. It's funny. We have a running joke. Whenever I tell her whatever, that's usually that's me saying, "Yeah, you're right, honey," and stuff. So I'll just a big old whatever out to Sandy and everything. So had a great show last night with Amy Coelho. Great show. Wow, it was just incredible. I mean, we have great guests anyways. And great guests make great shows. I'll try to stay out of their way, though. Let them talk. Let them communicate with you guys, the listener. That's what it's all about and everything. Tonight, like I said, we're going to have Trip Elix is going to be joining us At the bottom of the hour, we're going to talk about all things privacy, probably delve into a little bit of the computer underground dark web. I'm sure it will come up once or twice in the conversation and everything. But for the news for today, try to stay away from the politics. As we know, it's messed up. There's no reason to pull that scab off. So, no, it's just, what a mess. What a mess. Well, please, someone without a criminal background, someone who, just someone, please run. Just run. And I don't want to say criminal background because no one's been indicted yet. But when I got to stay away. I promised I was going to do it, so I'll do it. I'll stay away from the politics and stuff. Let's keep it more of the techie feel, more of the obscure news and everything. As you know, Americans are getting fatter. Yeah, I know that firsthand. I really do. There's an interesting thing. Many seek digital detox from an average of 25 hours per week online. Whoa. Only 25 hours? I chewed up a quarter of that today. I mean, easily. I mean, that's the thing I love about my business and stuff is I live on the internet. We spend our lives on the internet here at the Norton household. Yeah. I don't know if that's good or bad. But I'll tell you, we have great relationships. We talk to each other. It's kind of like taking a vacation, daily vacation, because if you're always fighting. But we seem to get along pretty good in the Norton household, and everything. But 25 hours a week, I got that beat. But it does become a thing. Virtual horror games test limits of text and nausea. Yeah, for those out there that play video games, I love video games. I used to play them quite a bit. Had a Twitch account when I was not allowed to broadcast on the air, so I had Twitch because nothing said that I can't videotape myself playing video games. So for those that don't know, Twitch is a service that is provided to for live streams, and you can literally video and shoot out to the rest of the world you playing video games. And so I used to do that. And one of the best videos on Twitch that I remember was where a girl, and people can pay, to watch you play. It's crazy. Yeah, you get paid to play video games. And one night, a gentleman got on there and he said, look, if I make $100 tonight, if I get $100 in donation, my wife is going to put on the virtual reality set and she's going to play a video game. And this video game is like, haunted horror, whatever, and in virtual reality. And it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. It was scary to watch her. I was actually scared for her, but she had her VR set on in a dark room playing this video game on Twitch. And it was, the VR technology out there, guys. If you haven't put any of the VR headsets on, so it's just amazing. It's just amazing how real it is, and it tricks your brain. It's fake and everything because it is computer imagery and stuff. But it's just so it does. It will get your endorphins going. It's just like being there. It's just insane. So yep, it's testing the tech and nausea. Also in the news, weird new ways websites spy. Will it ever end? I mean, that's actually a great topic. When Tripp joins us, we'll talk about that. But Princeton study exposes weird new ways sites are spying on you. I mean, they use the cookies, which is the classic way, and everything. But now they're putting trackers in. It's amazing. It's all about data. It's all about marketing. It's all about knowing what you do, where you do it, and how you do it. And we'll get into that a little bit more with Tripp. But that hit mainstream news today. Like I said, Princeton did a study on how websites are tracking you, and of course, our expert Tripp will talk to you about the dangers of that. A lot of people are like, well, I don't mind if the government tracks me. I don't know. It's one of these things where any piece of data can be, data is data. And if it's data, that means it can be manipulated. Right? Talk about, we can take a statement and mix it out of context or take it out of context. And let me shut my Outlook down here. It's that's what's beeping in the background. But we can take that data and we can, in its whole, it can mean one thing. But then if you splice it and you dice it and you manipulate it, you can make it change it. You can change it into something else. So a lot of people, the risk here is not, your data here. It's how it's used. It's how that data, and I'm sure Trip will get into this a little bit more when we talk to him at the bottom of the hour for the rest of the night. But it's how that data can be manipulated too. So for all those people out there that are sitting there going, oh, I don't mind if the government listens to my conversations. Well, number one, you might not mind, but you're protected. Your speech, your privacy is protected by your Constitution. And even though you don't want to, or if you want to give up your right, your free speech rights and your right to privacy and stuff, that doesn't mean your neighbors do. That doesn't mean your neighbors want to give up that stuff. So think of your neighbors. I know we're in a selfish community these days and stuff, but think of your neighbors for once. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're not doing anything illegal, but maybe it's embarrassing to them. What people do behind their closed doors is their business. And of course, they always go to the extreme, and I'm not talking about the extreme. So just if you're gonna make that argument, that's not the argument. We're talking about everyday Americans. Some people, who cares if you want to put on nylon stockings and high heels and prander? Who cares if that's what makes you happy? More power to you. Be happy. I'd rather have you be happy than you being around being a curmudgeon all day long. But people, that's embarrassing to some people. Maybe some people are going through a phase. I can tell you in my life, I went through a lot of phases. There's a lot of things. I don't have a problem because I'm a public figure. I'll tell you straight up because I actually use my story as a witness and a testimony to how you can change your life. You can. But have you ever thought about, everybody does stupid things. Everybody does. And the internet, thank God I didn't have the internet when I was growing up. I mean, I did, but not to the point to where it is because oh my goodness. Because I didn't have the capacity, the maturity, the maturity is the main word there. The intelligence. I would have done stupid things that a lot of these kids are doing these days. I've probably been right there with them. That's just part of growing up. You don't think about, when you're younger, you don't think about the repercussions. Driving down the highway at 120 miles an hour and thinking it's okay to, car surf. You don't think about that stuff when you're young. You think you're invincible. You think it will never happen to you. But that stuff comes back and gets you. And, it's amazing how that will come back and get you in a political sense. Or, you grow up, you mature, and you have a great idea, but you'll never be heard because someone has delved into your private life and pulled up or extracted something that you did when you were in college or high school. And then, of course, they use that against you. I mean, look at, don't want to get political here, but let's face it. Look at Donald Trump's wife. She's a model. Who cares if she posed naked? Who cares? But of course, the media is going to use that. So data can be used and tidbits can be used against you, especially in this world of the digital world. Forget about the trolls and the lies and the misinformation that's out there given about you and stuff. It's real data, but they can dice it, slice it, and chop it up, and they can feed it to the world, in little sound bits in such a way that it makes you sound like the next Hitler or Kuba Khan. I don't know if Kublai Khan's a real person. But you know, so when you sit back and you say, well, I don't care about privacy, I have nothing to hide. Think about that. Think about the most embarrassing part of your life. Something that you really did that you're not proud of, that you're really stupid. If you guys go through a divorce or something, I'm sure your ex-wife's got something, or ex-husband's got something to say about you. How would you like that to be exposed? How would you like to walk into your office and have that plastered all over the wall? You know? Us people that are in the media, in this community, I mean, our lives are exposed. I mean, there's people out there right now, I can tell you, you know, they have nothing better to do but then go out there, you know, look you up. I don't care. Got a question, ask me. I'll tell you, I don't care. Because you know what the thing is, I learned, I'll take those parts that I'm not so happy about in my life and turn it around as a testimony and make it part of my ministry. You know, so more power to you. But, you know, maybe the next person can't do that. Maybe the next person's not strong enough and everything to be able to do that. So before you're out there talking about, oh, I got nothing to hide, think about do something unique for once. Think about someone else. Think about someone else. Oh my goodness. Neural dust implant to connect humans to computers. Yeah, it's only a matter of time. Neural dust implant. Yeah, it's only a matter of time before they just hook us up till we achieve complete AI. But underwater battle bot, yeah, I mean, that's crazy too. The fact that we're creating these devices, Skynet, right? Our own demise. I remember to go back a long time ago, remember watching the old sci-fi shows. Talk about sci-fi, had a day, Battlestar Galactica. But the old sci-fi shows we're used to watch. I mean, the only thing that we have not done, and I looked at it, is interstellar transportation, and which means the engines, the technology for that, and the being able to teleport and lasers. Lasers, I think they're going to have beat in the next 5 years. They've already said that they're going to have battlefield lasers. They already have battlefield lasers sitting on big ships. The issue is making them smaller. The technology is already there. They already know how to do it. It's just making it smaller. So that's interesting. More in the news. Clint Eastwood's in the news. I won't tell you what he said, but he just basically told us to get over it. Told us that we just need to get over it. You might have him Clint Eastwood as your father. You know, with that voice. You're gonna clean your room, punk. Go ahead, make my day. I can't do it. Even in my best, I cannot do a Clint Eastwood. Human head transplant ready. Oh, there you go. I can name a few people I'd like to replace their heads. ISIS tells Team USA medalists pay up. That is just crazy. You know, the fact, I mean, that tells you how far we have just fallen into the rabbit hole, the pit of abyss and everything. I said we get some people on the YouTube chat. I just want to let you guys, how are we sounding out there? Kind of, you guys are doing our sound check. I found out the reason why we had the echo before we take our break and we ring back Trip Elix. I found out what the echo was. The echo was me having the YouTube and also our website up at the same time where it was auto feeding. So the reason why we were having the echo for the last couple shows is because it was coming off of the internet feed that I have up to check on everything. Thank you. Thank you, Kristen. So that's why we were getting that IO air. I'm sitting around here for the last 2 days. Oh my goodness. When you do tech support for so long and we come up with these little terms and like I said, I'm going to give you one. When the tech support, well, actually people in India, they don't ever, this is American. It happens more so with American tech support people and stuff. When they say, oh yeah, it was an IO error. That's inside baseball for ignorant operator. That's what that means. So, just gave you a little bit of inside baseball there on tech support lingo. Oh, so we're at 28 minutes to the bottom of the hour. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a break here. I have completely ditched our automated system. So when you see my eyes go up like this, it's because I got my digital system that actually runs the soundboard or the sound for the show and everything is right above me. So we'll get that queued up here. And when we get back to the show, we'll have Trip joining us. We're going to talk about all things privacy, all things probably computers. I'm sure we're going to delve into some of the deeper areas of the web and everything. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean. And I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Hello, good evening, everybody. This is Jeff Norton, your host of the Midnight Ocean podcast. I do apologize. I didn't mean to put you in a dark mood there with that music. We'll keep on rolling the hits. Oh, wrong type of show. Wow. Could I have picked any darker music for you guys? That is not the intention. That is not the music for tonight's show. Tonight is going to be interesting. It's going to be entertaining as we bring Trip on here in a few minutes. A few more house cleaning things that, like I said, someone once told me, if you ever want to hear God laugh, tell him your plans. tell him what you're thinking. Tell him what you're going to do. So we adjust the audio there. And, it's amazing how we always start these shows off. We have these issues and stuff. Kind of got us a little distracted. I'm just going to tell you guys, I get a lot of questions when we start these podcasts and stuff. What's our way to monetize? It's a technical term for how do you make money? How do you make cash? How do you pay your bills? I got a day job. I really do. I have another job. Now, this is my life. This is my passion. I will probably be going over to this full time. But of course, I also have a wife and a family. So with that being said, you got to can't live in a trailer. So I do have a daytime job. But what you can do to help me is a couple things. Number one, if you look over, if you guys are watching us on YouTube and everything, you'll see the links. YouTube, subscribe to our videos. If you haven't done that, we got a lot of watchers out there on YouTube right now. Please subscribe to our channel. I do not spam you. You might get, I actually had a social media guy call me today. He wants to do my social media work for the show, and we were talking. He's like, "Oh yeah, we'll do this." I'm like, "No, I hate that. I love Facebook in the sense that allows me to communicate with you guys and stuff. But what I hate about Facebook is all the freaking spam. I don't want to play Farmer Doug whatever. I have no desire to play those games. And Facebook is the number one spammer. But I promise, get out. If you're watching us, go out. Make sure you subscribe to our show. That helps us. You'll notice there's some ads. That does help us. That helps us pay for the bandwidth and the equipment and everything, so we can keep giving this show to you free. So subscribe. If you're watching us on YouTube and you have not subscribed to the channel yet, shame on you. Shame on you. I appreciate it. If there's something that I can do better, come on. You can tell me. I don't care. I got thick skin. You ain't going to hurt me. And everything. Subscribe. Also, get out there and look us up on Facebook at the Midnight Ocean. Join the page. That's the way we talk to you. Now, we've actually created another page called Midnight Listeners. It's a group. Midnight Listeners. It's a group in which we can send out and communicate with you guys. If you want to talk to me, I'm going to tell you during the day, if you have a show idea, if you have whatever, the best way to do that is through Facebook, through the Midnight Ocean page, or actually join the group. It's an open group. You can communicate with me. I'm usually on the internet from about 9 a.m. until about 5 p.m. every day. So you can communicate. I'd love to hear from you. Love, you guys are the lifeblood, our guests. The other way too is we started something new. Obviously, you can tweet us at the MN at the. Oh, I got it wrong on there. It's the MN Ocean, not TM. Long day. Maybe the wife was right. I didn't need sleep. But the other thing too is that we actually registered the hashtag TMO guest and TMO host. So if you have something, if you want to send a request to the guest, or if you want to send the host and stuff, you can do that through Twitter. The guest obviously can be searching for TMO guests and answer you. And TMO host obviously goes to me. I won't be monitoring during the show just yet. I will eventually. But right now, our best way to communicate is get out to YouTube, watch us on the live channel, and join us in the chat. That's the one that I'm watching, that I typically watch during the shows right now, is the YouTube chat. So, little house cleaning there. I wanted to make sure that we covered that information The other thing is I just want to say thank you. We are growing by leaps and bounds, and it's by your effort. Help us get the word out. I want to be the number one late night talk show. There's two ways that we can do that. Number one, I need your input. I need your critiques, and, don't come back and say lose weight, whatever. This is what you get with the video. So critiques, good critiques. I need those from you guys. What I'm doing wrong, what I'm doing right. I actually had some TV people tell me that one of the biggest problems is I don't look at the camera. So I'm working on that. It's going to make me better. It's going to make a better show. As long as you guys participate, we're going to start bringing you some great content. If there's a guest that you want to hear from, let us know who they are. And the best way to do that is go to the sites that I talked about. The ones over here. I can't do my Vanna White. I can't do it. But the ones over there. Go to those. Communicate to us. Let us know. Number 2, the best thing that you guys can do is get the word out. Tell your friends. Take our videos, post them in your social media. Tell your friends about us. And that's how we will grow this show. I will get better. I will. We will grow a show together, and we will give you the late night entertainment that you want. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. One of my mentors in this business and everything, one of the things that made him so successful was the fact that he did live call-ins. So we made the investment, 20 phone lines. We can handle up to 20 phone calls at the same time. And we'll give that number out here in a little bit. So I just wanted to touch base with that, and I do apologize, Trip, ahead of time for taking that away from his time, but we needed to get that out. So tonight's guest, Trip Elix, as a renowned public speaker and author, Trip has risen to national prominence by delivering a high-energy message which tells people how to shake off the mediocrity and live up to their greatness. This is a prominent message that Trip has learned from his life. He was born and raised as in the divide of social economic class in the Midwest, just outside of Cincinnati. Cleveland rocks. In the shadow of economic progress, where the poor and challenged are constantly reminded that the effort will never allow them to succeed. Yeah. Rise above. That's awesome. His interest in computers and technology began at a young age. In the 10th grade, he had co-authored a computer textbook used in his school district and outside of school organizations. He won a leadership award from Dale Carnegie. You guys will every once in a while see me wear my black coffee mug as I'm drinking it. That's my Carnegie Mellon. Yeah, I spent some time there. Media Lab. For a business group activity that generated a return of 150% ROI. We'll talk about that. All the while still not being old enough to drive. Yeah. This guy knows what he's talking about. We can go further into his bio and stuff, but we'll just talk about that. He has part of the Defcon group. I don't want to say part of the Defcon group. It might be an insult, especially for some of us hackers. Trip, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am.
All right.
How you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing good. You're kicking back, enjoying it. Oh, I do apologize. Yeah. While we're waiting, I just want to make sure. Is there, you guys out there in the YouTube land, can you hear Trip?
Can you hear me out in the YouTube land?
Can you hear Trip out in the YouTube land? Come on, YouTube. We had a little bit of audio quality with our Skype. Can you hear me?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, all right.
Excellent.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I like to see. And I do apologize for using you guys as our thing. So, yes, all right. Audio quality good? Everything good?
And I can hear it in the other room. Excellent.
You
it's
can?
Going out through Periscope also. I wanted to give that a shot.
All right, we can hear him. All right, that's perfect. All right, it was a little sketchy there. You know, it's funny. I like I said, I don't want to bash their product, but I'll tell you one thing. Yeah, the 10-second delay. That's just the delays that are in the audio feeds and everything. I think that's for Big Brothers. If they wanted the YouTube Big Brother, they wanted to cut us off. It gives them time to do it. If we do anything,
Maybe.
maybe. So we'll talk about that. But go.
I'll tell you what, when I start talking about this stuff, we'll find out if there's really a Big Brother out there.
Yeah, well, that's normal. I mean, I can honestly, you know, a lot of people, it's funny because my family who has been around me, you know, obviously all my life. Let me bring this clip down. I'm clipping out on the audio feed that's going out. But my family, who's been around me all my life, is like, Jeff, you're just paranoid. You're just paranoid. And it's funny because now they get to see it when I do these shows, especially in live. They actually get to see the things happening, and they get to hear other guests, other people that are on fringe media, finally say, "Yeah, that happened to me too." And we tell stories, and it's funny. My mother listens. Yes, I'm blessed. She's still alive with us, still with us. So is my father, and and she's like, I never knew. She's like, I never, and it's just amazing. But I will tell you, the issues that we have had, except for our first show where we were actually, someone was hacking into our phone switch, they have all been IO errors. I'll be the first one to tell you, they've all been my doing. I will let you know though when they are hackers. So, wow, Trip. I have a lot of people who are interested.
Jeff, the one thing you got to realize, man, is this: you're not paranoid if they really are out to get you.
That's it. Well, you're right. You're right. I mean, it's that. I switched the content of the show from my previous life over to this. So I think hopefully they'll, since I'm talking about reptilians and dreams and stuff, maybe they'll leave me alone. But of course, what do I do? The first 3 shows that I had, I had Jeff Hayes on here talking about New World Order and how it's controlled by Satan. And then I had Dreams on last night with Amy Coelho. And then I have you on. So I figured if I mix it up a little bit, they'll leave me alone. They'll quit breathing on my phone lines and stuff. But who knows?
Well, perhaps.
Yeah. So author at such a young age. That was
Yeah. Well, I had a teacher that came to me and asked me to do the problems because I was trying to escape home and play on the computer. They were brand new at that time, and I worked out the problems. A doctor in the school district and this teacher wrote the actual documents and wrote the book, and I did all the problems. But they put my name on the binder. And the thing that really, really screwed me up was I was in 10th grade, and I wasn't allowed to take my own class until I was a senior. So the teacher decides halfway through the year to go work in another school district.
Yeah.
I get a substitute that I've got my name on the book they're teaching. So the teacher, I help the other students in that, and I go to class every day like I'm supposed to, and the teacher gives me a C. So I got very ticked off, and I'll tell you, I learned one of life's most important lessons through that process. He gave me a C. I got mad. I walked out of the classroom, walked into the principal's office, sat down in a chair because I was livid.
Yeah.
Teacher, the principal's secretary is typing on a typewriter. Tells you how long ago this was. She looks up and she says, "What are you doing here?" And I took the piece of paper. I just couldn't talk. I put the piece of paper in front of her, and she looked at it, paused, looks at me, and then says, "Oh, sweetie, go back to class. We'll take care of this." So that really, gave me life's lesson of if you know who to go to, you can get anything fixed. There isn't a problem as long as you're in the right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I found that true in the state of Connecticut where I'm residing now. On the opposite side of privacy, I had a court administrator tell me that I wasn't allowed to have records on a criminal. And I actually sued the court administration to open up criminal records in the state of Connecticut because they refused to disclose who's a criminal. And in the federal line of things, this is a big problem with gun control and everything else. Jeff, you and I have no idea who the criminals are around us.
Mm-hmm.
And we need that. We need the government to open up the NCIC so we have accurate records. You know, that NCIC system, that thing that gun checks are used, security clearance are used for, that thing is 55% incorrect.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And it needs to be right. The FBI needs a clear database of who the criminals are, who the jihadis are, and let us know. Let us decide whether we're going to do business with them.
Well, I think more. I mean, I think anything that if the government has data on anybody, I think that should be accessible. Not, at least to the person in which they have the data on. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I know, like with the gun checks, with the NCIC databases and things like that, they are inaccurate. I mean, I've run into those situations firsthand and everything. I don't know if your neighbors, do you have the right to know, who your criminals are next to you? I'm a firm believer. If you want to know if your neighbor's a criminal or whatever, go talk to your neighbor. I mean, truly, I mean, you'll know that because sometimes people do some stupid things when they're younger stuff, and it haunts them.
Yeah, they do. But the problem in our society is we've supplemented the credit system to be an indicator of whether or not somebody is a crook.
Yeah.
And that is not a reliable... A crook can pay his bills on time, and he's still a crook.
Yes.
And he could have committed fraud 15 times. As long as he pays his bills on time, the credit industry says that he's a good guy.
Yeah.
And this is wrong.
Yeah.
And this is what we rely on.
Yeah.
And if you want to talk, you were started to talk a little bit about politics. But, we have a system right now that you can go check your credit report, once a year for free?
Yeah.
And then you got to pay
Then you got to pay for it, yeah.
Yeah, so all these third parties that are out there, Credit Karma and Credit Check and some others, all these companies are for is to steal the information in your credit report and sell it to data brokers. That's why they're free.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. It's all about collection of data. I mean, data is money in today's society, and I agree with you. I mean, you're absolutely right. I think an individual, like I said, I'm one of these. If there is something on me, if my name is in some record and you possess it and you're in the government, or if you're a private, I by law should have access to that. I mean, one of the biggest databases that I'm against is this health, and a lot of people don't realize this. You see these commercials where they say, "Oh, you can get health insurance, you can get life insurance, and you don't have to take a physical, and you don't have to have a doctor." It's like, well, how do they do that? Because they have this database, they've accumulated a database where they don't have to come and visit you anymore and know about your health, because all of your medical information's in this database, and they can type in your name and know instantly if they're going to give you life insurance or not. And it's crazy.
Yeah, part of that's true, and part of it is that those companies, those are called term policies, and those term policies have been available long before the data side of things.
Oh yeah,
those are extremely expensive, and they're a complete rip-off. You pay triple what a regular policy would be.
Yeah,
but that, those companies have been around forever, and some of them are supplemented by government money, our tax dollars, to provide life insurance.
Yeah.
It within the states. And to tell you the truth, I'm not really up on the insurance side of things, particularly life. I worked for a broker dealer for a number of years a decade ago, and my information is long gone.
Well, I have firsthand experience with them. I was one as an independent contractor pretty much all my life. There's a lot of times where I didn't have insurance, and through corporations and stuff. And so what happened was I needed to get life insurance. I was told that I had to have life insurance, and so I got it.
I thought maybe one of your ex-guests died and came back to life.
No. This is me. No, I had to have the Keyman policy, so I went to go do the insurance for the Keyman policy. And what happened is I have a real good friend who's an oncologist. I mean, he's a great friend, great doctor. He's a buddy of mine. He's an oncologist, so he was my primary doctor. Because of the fact that he was a friend and he would cut me a deal. And I would do computer work for him or help him out with his medical record system that he was putting in place. And so I went and saw him as to do a physical and everything. And he was right. So I'm filling out this insurance form. One thing I learned is you don't ever want to put oncologist down or an oncologist down as your primary physician on an insurance form. So I did that, because I'm not going to lie. So I filled out the form, I sent it in and stuff, denied. And to this day, and I actually petitioned, you can write and see what's in your record. To this day, it is almost near impossible for me to get life insurance because I listed, I'm in their database, as and it's like, well, you had cancer. No.
Well, back up a little bit.
Sure.
There's a thing that's called a FICO score that everybody's familiar with now, and that's because Experian is advertising the absolute crap out of it.
Yeah.
The reason they're doing that is to get familiarity with the general public of a name brand for a credit score. You see data brokers that are out there. There's a few of them, and I'll tell you one of the biggest ones. You YouTube guys, look up Trip Elix and look for my video that I created about Axiom Corporation and how big they are.
Yeah.
Axiom and others, they do what's called a pseudo credit report. And the way this works is this. Experian will sell your credit report for $15. Okay, and it has the credit information and a bunch of other information in it. Experian is a really nasty outfit, and I'll get into their history in a little bit. But the other companies create what's called a pseudo credit, and that pseudo credit includes what you post on Facebook, what you post on Twitter, the information that you give as opinions, whether you like little puppy and kitten videos and share them, the empathy score that you get from giving people gifts in Farmville. These pieces of information are being built as your pseudo score, and this is why you can't get insurance. And it has to do with the insurance company paying $5 for a pseudo score instead of $15 from an Experian score.
Gotcha.
And the problem that we all face as American citizens right now is there is no way to find out what's in that stupid score.
Yeah.
What you can do, and what I am trying to do, is that insurance company must disclose to you why they denied your request.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And if they refuse to give you that information, I've got some attorneys out there that would really like to start suing the crap out of these companies.
Yeah.
Because, personally, I'm sick of this stuff. We've been bullied. You were talking about privacy and, whether it matters or not and why somebody values or has something to hide in their life. Privacy isn't about whether you have something to hide. Privacy is about being left alone. That's a legal interpretation of
Oh
it.
wow, good point. I never thought of it from that point of view.
And every advertisement, every pop-up ad, every time you get a piece of junk mail in your mailbox, every time you get a telemarketing call, every time you see an ad on television, these are violating your privacy because you have the right to be left alone.
Yeah.
Everyone, it's a natural state to be left alone. Throughout history. This isn't a concept that's new in our society. We've been bombarded and bullied as an American public. And I'll tell you where it came from. We can blame everything on our parents. And honestly, this is our parents' fault. Because our parents allowed the phone book to extort them. And the way it worked was this. If you wanted to opt out of the phone book, you had to pay them money to be unlisted. But the secret about this is I used to work for a private investigator here in the state of Connecticut, and we used to buy what was called the unlisted phone book.
Oh,
so
yeah.
all the suckers that gave money to the phone company got printed in a second book.
Yep.
And I looked, I had the full listing. It looked like the regular phone book, just a lot thinner.
Yeah.
And it contained everybody's number and everybody's address, and we used it as a tool.
Yep.
But back then I was selling information and getting to know some of the companies that are the giants that sell everybody's information today. And I have a website, itsmyinfo.org. And what you can do there is you can look up who is a data broker.
Mm-hmm.
And I list everybody that sells information that's stolen. And what I mean by stolen is you didn't agree, therefore it's stolen property. It belongs to you.
Yep.
Public information doesn't exist. Well, it does. Your address without your name on it, that's public.
Yeah. Well, it is scary. I mean, you have certain things. There's been 2 times where I've actually had, in my life, where I've had my identity stolen. And one, ironic, but this is the truth. The one time is that we had identity theft go through the court system and was able to pull up a legal document that had all my information in it as part of the discovery process in a case. I was an expert witness. And so they were able to pull up, obviously they have your background, basically my whole professional life is part of this legal document. And they were able to take that information and become me because they had everything, these are pretty sophisticated people. So they used the court system to find stuff out about me and personal stuff, that was part of the transcript as they were doing their due diligence and they were doing the cross-examination on my expertise in this subject matter. And they were able to reproduce my life basically. And they did it. We tracked that down because one of the you talk about hackers and social engineering. I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later. One of the things that they use, it could only have come from this case, because that information was not publicly known until this was out in the case. And even that, so you would think, you got people that are going to courthouses who are reading dockets and stuff, and they're ripping off your information, and they're using that to imitate you. That was one case, and the other one is that I'm actually I was part of I got the letter a while back about my name was in the federal database that was hacked, by the Chinese. So of course, the government is saying, your information is like, well, what the heck? Why am I getting this letter? But I was in that database of the federal employees. I was a contractor. I'm not an employee. I was a contractor and everything. But I like one of the things, you talk about people not agreeing to give away their information. I guess I'm unusual because I like reading. Have you ever, you install a piece of software on your computer, or you go to a new website, Facebook or whatever, YouTube, and they have their terms and policy agreements. And if you read that, if you actually stop and read that, it's amazing how much of your life you are giving up to them, that you're giving them access to, and what they can do with it.
There are two sides to those things. One, they're not valid. Most of them are not valid, and I'll tell you why. Mm-hmm. Most of them are valid because contracts have an entry and an exit. And open-ended contracts are not allowed within our society.
Yeah.
Meaning a perpetual contract forever. And if you go out to my website, I've got some great letters for canceling the data broker's right to collect your own information. And I list the brokers and give the addresses. And that's all free right on that webpage.
So what you're saying, but like, what do you do with like Facebook? A lot of people that, I've listened, I've read the Facebook and we complain about it, and they come back and they say, well, don't use Facebook. I mean, how do you answer to them? I mean, is there an answer that we can give them? I don't see someone saying, hey, Facebook, I want to use your service, but I don't want to give you don't have rights to my data.
Well, there's two things that you should realize about the internet and the political corruption that's taken place within our society and all electronics. Mm-hmm. Facebook is out without an exception. But putting information on the internet that is fake, in other words, even when somebody asks you for your date of birth and you put in the wrong date, that falls under the 1982 Electronic Act, and I can't remember what it is, but it's a federal crime. And you can be prosecuted. And I'd really like to see somebody prosecute all the people that go on dating sites for putting the wrong date of birth in. But, that you can't hope for everything. Actually, Facebook, you can have a lot of fun with.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what you can do is I've got this app on my phone. It's called Fake GPS. Mm-hmm. And I spend a lot of time in the airport in Belize. I go to concerts there. I hang out in the park there. You wouldn't believe the park and the fountains, the artwork, the muscle cars that are all at the airport in Belize.
In the airport of Belize. That is hilarious. That's. We do something similar. I have the Amazon Echo, right? And what we like to do with the Echo, or what I like to do, is I'll walk up to the Echo and I'll start playing stuff, or I'll start talking to it in a way that it's not me. And we know that Amazon, a lot of people are like, well, why do you have all that stuff in your house? I like it because I'm a technology guy, and I like, an automated house. When I travel and stuff, I like to be able to turn my lights on and off. When I have dogs, and when we have the dogs at the house, when we travel, we can set the air conditioner and stuff. So there is a convenience factor to that. But I do know, I'm smart enough to know that when you have that stuff, you have Amazon, you have Jeff Bezos listening to your conversation. So the way that we mess with them is that I'll put stuff up and I'll say stuff that's just completely, off the wall. and get them to record it. And it's hilarious. But Sandy, the other day, it was funny because we had my sister-in-law and Sandy and they were talking about eyeglasses and everything. And Sandy needed new eyeglasses, reading glasses. Well, guess what showed up a week later? A catalog from an eyeglass company.
Wow.
So yeah, no, I know I'm smart enough and intelligent enough to know that that's going on, that data mining's going on with these devices and stuff. And I know that they turn your phone on too.
The other side of it is that Facebook and listening on Messenger and Amazon on the Echo have a worry, and that is that there's a federal law on wiretapping.
Yes.
That receiving voice information and using it is going to screw them in the end. And all we need is a politician that's got some cojones that wants to make an example of the tech industry and go after these guys.
Well, I think the way that that's going to come about is that you're going to have someone, you're going to have a criminal case. I mean, it doesn't become an issue unless someone makes it an issue. And I think the way it's going to play out is that you're going to have an unsophisticated police force come in during a crime. They're going to see that they have an echo, and they're going to make the mistake of then forcing and filing motions to have Amazon give the voice data over to them. And I think that's when it's going to open up. I agree with you. I don't think anybody's got to that point yet, but it's only a matter of time before some police force will sit there and say, well, they got this device called an Echo. It records everything that goes on in your house. And it does. I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you, I see the traffic that is going across my firewalls through my Barracudas. And I can see I can literally see the traffic. You're a technology guy, so you know what I'm talking about. And I know that they're recording, what we say, and they're dumping it off to one of their CDNs, and then it's being, so it's only a matter of time. It really is. So, well, Trip, I have been stuck doing a manual board tonight. Let's do this. We're talking to Trip Elix. He is a expert on all things privacy in the digital realm. Let's spit that. That's a lot and everything. So, Trip, let's take a few minutes break here. Get some coffee, refuel, and we'll get back to it.
Sounds great.
All right. So once again, you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. We're going to take a few minutes off. We have privacy expert Trip Elix joining us. And, we'll probably get into the dark web a little bit, talk about a little bit more things in the privacy realm, talk about some of the recent hacking that's going on. Great conversation and everything. So we ask, and like I said, I do apologize. I'm a little bit distracted. Once again, it's amazing how well we plan. But like they say, if you want to make God laugh, tell him what your plans are, and he'll do that. But we're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll talk to Trip and everything. If you have any questions, go out to YouTube. Get out to YouTube. Follow us on YouTube. Make sure that you subscribe to our channel. We have the chat running. I'd love to get some questions to Trip through the YouTube channel. We can do that. And then what we'll do is later on tonight, if you stay with us, we will actually open up the phone line to let you call in and ask your questions directly to Trip. So you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
You're listening to Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean, part of the Paranormal State Radio Network, as Andrew said. So, yeah, we're getting a network together. We're actually putting together a radio network for all types of shows, not only our show here for late night, but also shows during the day, and more information on that as we get our stuff together. So tonight's guest is we got Trip. Elix is joining us. All things digital privacy. You know, we'll probably, like I said, we'll probably get into the dark web. We'll get into some other things, a little fringe conversation as the night progresses, but we'll take care of business and stuff. And talking about taking care of business, I want to let everybody know, if you are out on YouTube right now watching us, chatting with us, I see that Trip is chatting with a lot of the members there and everything. But if you'd like to send us a message or whatever, please get out there. That's the first thing. The second thing is like I said, if you're out there, the way that you're going to help us grow this network, give us, I guess the street creds, so we can get some high end guests. We got some great guests already, but I'm going for the big fish. I'm going for the big fish. And everything, and I want to take over the late night talk radio. I want to own the night, especially late night and stuff. The way that we're going to do that is that we need your help. We need your help two ways. Number one, if you are on YouTube, make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel. I will not spam you. I am not a spammer. I actually took a class today on Twitter, and I was watching it. I was like, nope. The only thing you're going to get from me on YouTube and join us on Twitter and everything, and and Facebook. The only thing you're going to get to me is show updates. I'm not going to spam you. I'm not going to send you tweets on crop circles and everything like that. I'm just not going to do it. I will keep it to the show. The other thing too is also if you are a member of Facebook, get out to the Facebook page, like us on Facebook, and also join. It is an open group. It's called, Midnight Listeners, the Midnight Listeners. So that is an open group, unlike the Midnight Pirates, which is actually a closed group that consists of all of our moderators and things of that nature and people that are out helping us spread the word. But that's the best way that you can support us. As we grow our channel and as we bring in more and more listeners, that gives us the credibility that we can then go after the mainstream. I don't know if I want mainstream, but we can go after some of the bigger guests and everything. So, that's part of it. The other thing too, is that it helps us fund, let's be honest, it helps us pay the bills, fund the operations here. I'll be here. I'll be putting together great shows for you guys and everything, but it is very important that I get your feedback, good or bad. That's the other thing too. A lot of people think, no, there's a difference in trolls. We know who the trolls are. We know who they are. So don't worry about that. But if you got some good constructive criticism, I've already received a lot. Some of it outstanding criticism. Others, it's all good and stuff. I mean, I get two good pieces of advice that I got from listeners was say the author's names more, which is great advice. And the other one too is that I'm not used to the video. I'm not used to the video camera. Always been behind a microphone and everything, and not used to having to look at a video. I will tell you there are times where I do this and do this and do this, and that's just because I'm looking at one of the 6 screens here. We don't have a full production crew, especially this late at night. My assistant producer, my daughter, and she has a young one, my grandbaby. She needs to be taken care of, so she can't help us with this. And so I'm doing it all and running the board. So when I'm looking up, I'm actually looking at our clocks and I'm looking at all of our production equipment and stuff and how it's running. So that's the only thing is. But I think I'm getting better at looking at the camera. So I stare ahead and stuff. So enough of that and everything. I want to bring Trip back. We were talking about computer privacy. We were talking about getting access to your information that's being held on you. Some of the legal things that you can do. I think Trip, I noticed that during the break there, you were sharing with some of the chat people at YouTube some links to your website and tell them what they can do to get that, to get some information and get some of the free documentation that you have out there and everything.
Right. Well, a lot of people don't realize that, we live in a society based on agreements, and you brought that up. So just end the agreement. These companies depend on you doing nothing so they continue to abuse your information. I mean, take a look at little kids. Right now, most people have no idea that if I want to be a bad guy and I pick your neighborhood, I can buy the name, address, phone number, social media account of every 9-year-old female, right from Exact Data in Chicago, who gets it from Axiom, the largest database in the world. It has records on almost 300 of the 315 million people in the United States. And I mean thousands of stolen data points. When you were talking about the web searching, you ever hear of spyware?
Oh, absolutely. And actually, that was on Drudge Report, Princeton.
Do you realize where the data went for spyware?
Uh-huh.
That was invented by data brokers. Spyware is a tool that is used to find your browsing history before there were cookies.
Yeah.
And today there are things called web bugs. I'll tell you, tell the people that you're, when you reach out and you want to talk about technology, reach out to the guys at Ghostery. They make a very good program that goes with the Chrome browser. Mm-hmm. Another one's called Disconnect. And then the Electronic Frontier, the EFF, has Privacy Badger. These are all free, and they block most of the web bugs that are out there.
Yeah.
And just for the people that don't know what a web bug is, when you visit a website, the website can have pictures in it. Well, a web bug is a hidden single pixel that's transparent and is housed on somebody else's web server. When you go to a web server, there is information that is automatically fed to that server, meaning the screen resolution that you're in, which type of browser you're using, and a bunch of other information that comes along, including plugins.
Sure.
These pieces of information are actually a fingerprint for who you are. And what that Princeton thing was about was using not only fingerprints of the browser itself, but mic volumes. Some websites are putting out a pitch or playing an audio pitch that the mic can pick up and you can't hear it. You might notice that your animal is going a little bit nuts when you're browsing the web. That's because they can hear it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'm not making this up.
Oh, no, it's a technique. I mean, we use it now. Actually, when we go to syndication on radio networks, one of the things that we do is we put a 26 megahertz tone or kilohertz tone through the system. And what it does is you can't hear it, but it signals the radio stations that we're going to an ad or to a break. And then it will trip their recording device or their actual commercial devices and play their commercials. And it's, we've been using that for a long time. and stuff. Yeah. I mean, I don't doubt it. I mean, I've actually just recently, I made a comment to Sandy about a month ago. I said, it's only a matter of time before mainstream TV starts doing stuff like Alexa, because the signal Alexa, you say YouTube or Alexa, and then you make your statement. And then that, Alexa, what's the temperature like today? And it will come out and do it and say it. And I told Sandy, I said, it's only a matter of time before these TV shows get wind of that and start thinking about it. And they're, they'll during the show, the character or whatever will say, Alexa, what's the best Star Trek movie or something like that. And it will actually, then of course, Alexa's in the background telling you what it is. It's only a matter of time before we even start seeing that happening. And they're starting to trip stuff.
Well, on TV and this individuality thing that we're moving into, which part of it is great, and part of it is scary. And what I mean by that is the cable networks have changed the boxes so that the boxes can give you an individual feed. During the last election, when Obama was running for president, an experiment was run in Kansas and 2 other swing states where individual households were given advertisements that were tailored to about 16 different socioeconomic groups, meaning that you're sitting in your house watching TV and a commercial comes on and you don't realize that the person that's living in the house next to you is watching a different commercial.
Wow.
That was actually done a few years ago. This political season, I don't really know. But, while I was talking about Axiom is a giant, but it's really important to understand who this company is. And it's important for your listeners to understand who this company is. Have you ever heard of J. Edgar Hoover?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Do you know how J. Edgar kept power? He was the director of the FBI through 8 presidents.
Oh, yeah. The fact that he had data mined, basically, he invented data mining. He was the one that brought fingerprinting into the FBI and the whole data analysis. I mean, it was all manual at the time, but yeah.
It was manual, and he kept files on politicians.
Yep.
And the politicians had no idea what was in their file. And they were really afraid of what J. Edgar could produce about them. And every once in a while, he would show his cards and ruin somebody's life.
Yep.
And he used the FBI agents to spy on the politicians. Well, that was the 20th century. In 1969, Charles Ward and his brother Stephen started a company called Demographics. It was a mailing database for the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
You know the word demographics, but the reason you know the word demographics is from the company. Think Q-tip. Okay? Think anything that depicts a company for what it does, like Band-Aid.
Mm-hmm.
Demographics changed its name a few times, but now is called Axiom, who has secret files on everybody in America and some other nations. My understanding is they've got about data on about 5 billion people. But, here it's somewhere around 300 and something million.
Yeah. Well, you only have about 300 something million in the United States. They have data on everybody.
They're right at it about 300 million.
Yeah.
Exact data advertises that they've got records on 298 million.
That's just, and I know a lot of, like I said, is that, when you take that technology, the fact that they have your data, and the fact that they're able to tailor advertising to you, I've been watching. One of the things that I've been reading a lot about is the mass social engineering that's going on, and through the Travstock Institute out of England. And one of the things is that I think, which is scary, but it's so true, because they're going to do it. I mean, let's look at our politicians, and we'll talk about this, and I'll get back to my thought here. These politicians, I think the appeal, like with a Trump or a candidate like a Trump, is that he doesn't have handlers. But I can tell you, most politicians don't pick out their suits, they don't pick out their clothes, they don't pick none of that out. They have people who are social engineers that say this color, this this necklace or this bracelet or this watch and this color tie goes with this, because they're manipulating your at a subconscious level. They're manipulating you. And I think the appeal with Trump is he's going to do whatever he wants to do, right, wrong, or indifferent, and so he doesn't fall into that. But you take that and you take it back a step, is that if they know that you are a left-leaning Republican, right, they can then start feeding you advertisements through your TV. And we all know that if you want to go into a hypnotist, and I'm going to have a hippotherapist on the hippotherapist, on the radio show, and one of the things that they do to put you in a deep sleep is that they'll play a 60 megahertz tone to you. Well, guess what? All your TVs do. Your TVs run at the 60 megahertz level. And so here they are, they're putting you in a deep kind of sleep as you're sitting there, vegging out on TV. And then now they're going to start feeding you slowly and surely tailored media that's then going to either manipulate you to come over to their side, or it's going to reinforce you to stay on their side. And,
actually, what you're bringing up is, I believe that there are two sets of people in America. Yeah. There are people that are leaders. Yeah. There are people that tip the cart, and the lie that we've been told about our revolution. Our revolution was a very very small set of people in the United States. Not everybody was behind it. Not everybody was against the British.
3%. It's 3% of the population was behind the American Revolution. I mean,
and this revolution in data is going to be held by another 3%. And I'm looking for the people that are sick and tired of all of these companies taking advantage of us. Yeah. I'm tired of being bullied.
Yeah.
And that's what the credit system is all about, is bullying you. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I've had cards that I had to use or lose them. Mm-hmm. And I told them to shove it. Mm-hmm. And I lost them. My credit rating went down. And you know what? I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, one of the things that popped up about Clinton and Axiom is based in Arkansas, and Charles Ward sat on the Democratic Leadership Committee for many years before he died. And it's probably the likelihood of Bill and Hillary meeting Charles is more than just likely. There's no pictures that I've seen of them together, but they were both far up in the Democratic Party, so it's very likely.
Sure. Oh yeah, I mean there's no picture. There's no pictures of me meeting Clintons or the Bushes and stuff, but I can tell you I met them.
What? Well, you can always Photoshop that.
Yeah,
afterwards.
No, I actually did meet him, and unfortunately, Obama. There's no pictures of me meeting President Obama, but that I know for a fact that I met the guy and stuff. So it's just in passing. It's not like, hey, it's not like we had a great conversation. It's just kind of just part of doing the business that we do, some of the work that we do. So.
Well, I would really like to find a politician that wants to take some of this data. I was talking to your chatting a little bit on the YouTube earlier about some of the information that's out there, but our military is. Hey, can you let me share my screen up
Sure.
and show a slide that. See if I can get this thing up here. Our military is really in danger from a group of data brokers. There's about 30 of them. Let's see if I can get this over here. Call, share screens, start. They are selling the home addresses of our military.
Yeah. Let me do this. Let me. Well, I'm thinking if I can blow it up. Yeah, I really can't. It's not going to let me blow it up.
Let me see if I can enlarge it any.
Sure. That, or what you can do is just put that into the chat room there at the YouTube. You know, that's actually a good. I'll make sure that I add that feature to the show that we can actually share screens like that and everything. So,
yeah, I'll post it out. I'll post it out there later.
Yeah, just put it in the YouTube. Yep. And of course, if you send that over to us, we'll get it up on the web. But so they're sharing. You know, you hear about ISO.
They're selling. I mean, if you put military, if you do a Google search for active military mailing list, you will find Exact Data and 2 other data brokers that are selling the home addresses of our military. This needs to stop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, what was ISIS just put out a hit list?
The ISIS and the cartels are a real threat. And, you know, the thing about the Donald that you mentioned a little bit earlier, and, you know, he brings up all this stuff, but the Donald has a handler, too. He dresses not the way that he wants to dress.
Oh. Really?
He's told what colors to wear. Come on, it's a function.
Yeah,
it's a function of that level of executive, and they all do that.
Well, you know, they have their haberdashers or whatever, and everything. I'm sure they do. And well, yeah, I think probably you're probably right. He probably doesn't purchase, or the clothes that are purchased for him are all the clothes that he needs to be wearing, obviously. I think that is a false statement. The fact that the Donald, I'm sure that his clothes are probably laid out for him. You're probably right. the more I think about it. And, you know, even in this business, I have a gentleman who is helping me, as we grow our show. He is known in the radio industry and everything.
Oh, come on. He didn't pick out that shirt. No way you're going to pass that off.
Well, this shirt here? No, he didn't. That's what I'm saying, is that as we grow, I mean, we're not at that point, but he's offered his services and stuff to help us tailor the show. Now, one of the first things we were joking about is he's like, you got to get rid of the hat. And I'm like, no, that's my shtick. I'm not getting rid of the hat. I'm going to always have my hat. And everything. And it's not that I'm bald, guys. It's not that I'm bald. It's just, that's how I make my statements sometimes. You know, as you get to know me, you'll know that I'll have different hats for different situations. And based upon, you'll know what hat means what after a period of time. It's a subliminal. It's kind of like the 7 layers of the Bible and everything. As you truly get to understand me, you'll understand that these hats have more meaning than just the symbols that are on them.
Well, actually, the psychology of somebody who insists of wearing a head covering is somebody that in our society is actually attempting to hide something.
What, really? Now you made me nervous. You made me socially conscious of it.
Well, that's part of reading a personality by just seeing them.
Gotcha. That's funny.
But
I don't have nothing to hide. You can ask me anything you want. I'll be glad to tell you. Because I'm not stupid enough. You can go on the internet and find out. Ask me any. I tell people it's funny. We had that conversation the other day with Jeff and Eric and stuff, and I'm like, just ask me. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I mean, I have nothing to hide. Nothing.
Well, again, privacy is not about having something to hide.
Yeah.
It really is being left alone. And all this information that's out there for sale about everybody.
Yeah.
You know, the DMA is out there. They always offer opting out is really an answer.
Yeah.
But opting out isn't an answer. I went through the mailing list industry and I listed everybody on itsmyinfo.org that sells lists of consumer related lists. People, anything that's consumer. I left the businesses alone. What I found was that only 30% of the industry that's active today are members of the Direct Marketing Association. Now, granted, the 5 that are the top guys that are the big players in the marketplace, they're all members of DMA. But all the other little players, really funny thing I came across the other day is, and I took it, you know how you can jump to a conclusion and when you see something? There's a list out there of Bernie supporters, people that supported Bernie Sanders.
Oh, yeah.
They're in a list put out by a company out of Nevada that's called Sprint Data Systems. And hearing that, you would think that that's actually part of Sprint, but it's not.
Well, it's probably as close to Sprint as the National Federal Reserve is a national is a government organization, right? It's all.
Yeah, but I saw Sprint data and it was like, oh wow, a cell carrier selling information. Now, what was really funny is the privacy agreements or the bills that get thrown through Senate or introduced to Senate. The last privacy bill was sponsored by Senator Merkel, Senator Blumenthal, and Senator Franken. And what was really funny about Franken is Franken has his donors for sale. And these are the guys that sponsored the bill for privacy. All these bills and all regulation does is make a loophole for a company to do something else with the data.
Yeah.
Just like the regulation on our credit industry. You can only check your record once a year because it's federal law. We live in the world of the internet. We should be able to look at this data anytime we want.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer. If your name is on a piece of data that anybody possesses and stuff, you have the right to know what it says about you. I mean,
it's not only that, but we depend on credit so heavily in this country that we should be able to look at those records as often as we want. And the only reason that it's suppressed is because of corruption within the banking committee in our Congress.
Yeah. Well,
that's the only reason.
Well, a lot of people, I'm going to make this argument too. And you're absolutely right. Because a lot of people will be like, well, if you have bad credit, that's your fault. And so, well, you can't live in a house without water. You can't live in a house without electricity. You can't, there's some fundamental things that you have to have in order to live or to survive. And the problem is that if you ever go to do an electric bill or you ever go do, just basic fundamental stuff, the first thing they do is run a credit check on you, and then they adjust. They make you do a deposit in which they take your money and put it in a bank account and earn interest off of it. Or they adjust your bill to reflect your credit rate. So you're absolutely right. Is that here you are, you didn't opt into any program. You were forced into it, and it does affect you. And And what is being
Well,
said about you in these
today,
files affects your financial.
today the credit system is devised
Mhm.
not to make things cheaper for the average citizen, but to make the poor people
Yeah.
pay more for things that are basic services that they can't afford.
Yeah.
Poor people pay more for electricity. They pay more for water. They pay more for cell,
Mm.
and they pay more for electricity because they're poor.
Yeah.
That is
Healthcare.
really upside down.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's one thing people don't realize is with the healthcare, with the Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act and stuff, is that's one of the things that they do look at. The insurance companies do look at your credit rating. They're hooked right into, if you guys remember the Senate hearings and everything, who was the company that did the data, that did all the data to verify who you were? It was Experian. And what do they do? Yes, they are hand in hand, and it is. And I think that you're absolutely right, and I agree with that. Like I said, I've always said that if your name is in a file somewhere and wherever it's at, you have the right to know what's in that file. Because let's be honest with you, some of those files are incorrect. If people are going out in social media, well, I know of a couple cases that are current. I'm trying to cite one of them, but there's a couple cases where your employer is asking access to your social media accounts, things of that nature, and it's just I don't know. It's just crazy. And people go, "Well, I don't have it." Well, yeah, you do, because maybe a person, maybe your boss is a staunch Republican, and you're a Democrat, where politics has nothing to do with your work. Nothing to do with your work. And he's going to look at that, or they're going to look at that and say, well, you can't get hired there. So it does affect, all this data being held on you does affect your ability to get a job, to improve yourself. Universities are doing that now. When they look at your, who can go to what university, they're looking at your social media sites. They're looking at that. And social media sites are nothing but one big data entry point. That's, it is. It's everything you put in a social media site goes into a database somewhere and will be used or could be used to never good. It's used to hurt you. I mean, I'm a firm believer of that. But yet we use it. Trip. I mean, why? What's the addiction to social media? Why do we give our rights up? I mean, I do it because it's I guess the only way no one would know about this podcast if it wasn't for the social media.
Yeah, and the thing about the social media, I use it too. And there are things that I disclose on social media that, I'll put it this way. I have left and right in my life. Most of my Facebook are left-wing people, and most of my Twitter are right-wing people. And I don't know which are nuttier.
Yeah, I don't ask. Well, see, I'm a libertarian, so I'll be the first. Here we go. Here's the first thing about Joe. I'm a libertarian. I come from the belief system is that in our two-party system, you're either a slave to the corporation or you're a slave to the government. But at the end of the day, when you go to bed and put your head on the pillow, you're still a slave. And so it doesn't matter. So it's, we get a lot of right.
What's really surprising to me is the number of times that I have to take a GIF from one site and stick it on the other site. It's not that often.
Yeah.
Because there's usually not that big of a crossover, and the people on my Facebook side are people that live around here and knew me before I started writing books. By the way, my book is called A Right to Property and available at Amazon, Barnes & Noble. You can ask for it, or off my website. My first book, though, Extortionware, A Hacker's Tale, is a book that I wrote. Let's see, I got my thing for extortionware on my wall. Extortionware was written for me to understand how to publish a book, because I didn't have one published before under my own name and do all the work. And it came to me I, like you, work on computers from time to time. My doctor insisted that I get a flu shot, and in January he asked me to come in and look at his computer because it wasn't printing or something, and I got the flu from his office. And I spent the next 5 weeks on my couch. I was out on the internet trying to find information on dating scams because I was thinking about writing a book about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I typed in dating scam website into Google, and I found this site that was in the UK called Bin Naughty. It used to be part of the Cupid network. By the way, if you got any single people that listen to your podcast, you should tell them that Cupid sells, it's owned by Match, and its whole purpose is to sell the personal information about the people that are on the dating site. So I really like it when I see somebody that advertises that they enjoy anal sex, because I can imagine what that does for their credit rating.
Yeah.
But extortionware, I ended up finding a human trafficking and pedophile ring running on Facebook. I reported it to the feds, and the story has bothered me. So I wrote that. That was a basis of this story. The story is about a hacker who gets caught in a human trafficking and extortion ring.
Yeah.
Actually, not really a hacker, just a programming guy that is smart and is forced into stealing money for a series of crooks, which is part of what is happening in the hacker scene today all over the world.
Yep.
A lot of these guys that are stealing money that everybody's complaining about, these guys aren't doing it on their own either. Some of them are doing it as criminal gangs. Your information that got stolen from OPM, that information, according to the scuttlebutt that I've heard, wasn't Chinese government, but it was a Chinese gang.
Sure.
There's a lot. One of the things that people need to read is there's a ancient book that's used to teach marketing and MBA programs as well as at West Point, and it's called The Art of War.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the idea of disinformation is more important than actual information. And you see disinformation on the news constantly. These pieces aren't false, meant to be falsehoods. They're meant to throw you off. They're meant to throw me off.
Yeah, it's kind of like, cannon fodder, or you're absolutely right. It's, just filler of news, and the kind of, and I've always, I don't want to go back into my old political podcast days, but I can tell you is that
the news to mimic Facebook. I want the idea of the cute and stupid kitten and puppy videos to be on the nightly news, because that's where they actually belong. Get them off Facebook.
Get them out of Facebook. It's a selfish, And on that note, let's do this. And I actually put your extortionware up there on the YouTube feed and stuff, and so people can get out there and get that. But with that, let's take a break. We're talking with Trip Elix, author, hacker, and maybe since you kind of alluded to it, maybe we can talk a little bit about the dark web and some of that when we get back from the break. But Trip, let's take a break. I'm actually, like I said earlier, I am having to run this board manually. My clock, I think I've come to the conclusion I'm just going to ditch all the software and go back to the old days of radio where you had push buttons and carts and stuff, because they seem to be a little bit more reliable. So with that, let's do this. Let's take a quick A couple minute break. Let us go get some more coffee because the internet runs on coffee. Actually, as we would say in the computer industry, is coffee is nothing but code waiting to be written. So we'll take a break, about 3-4 minute break, and then when we get back, maybe we can coerce our special guest tonight, Trip Elix, to kind of talk about the dark web. Coming back to you.
the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew H. from the Voice Crew and everything. We're talking with Trip Elix, hacker extraordinaire, privacy expert, computer guy. As we sit here and talk, we are back. Keep calm. Keep calm. Calm down. Calm down. Everything is going to be okay. No, what a great conversation and stuff talking about privacy. But now that we've kind of crest over the midnight hour, I think it's appropriate, and all the kiddies are tucked in bed and stuff. We'll get Trip back here in a little bit. We're going to talk about some things called the dark web, for those that don't know, and it does exist. It is a true thing. We might get into a little bit of hacking conversations, a little inside shop, a little inside baseball, maybe. And for those that are out there that wanted to know how do I get to meet presidents, a couple times they were based on social. I had President Bush. I'll just let you know, President Bush came to Chicago one time. I had a good friend who was on the Republican committee and got me tickets, so I was able to meet with him. How did I meet President Bill Clinton? Well, it was kind of funny that it was actually within a few weeks after President Bush came to Chicago, the Clintons came to Chicago, and I was able to go to a little business luncheon with him on that one. And then, of course, you want to know, how did I meet the man, Big O? President Obama, that was actually in passing. That was not, it was like, hey, we didn't sit down and have beer at the Rose Garden. That was not the case. I mean, it was more of a business meeting and stuff. He stuck his head in, and congratulations. So you guys don't know, I mentioned earlier, the way that I pay for all of this is I am in the telecommunications business. We write telecommunications software, call centers, anything with phones, we're in that business. Have some patents in that and stuff. And so that's how like I said, I'm an open book. If you want to ask me a question, just ask me a question. I'm going to give you the answer. It might not be the one you want to hear, but I'll give it to you straight up and stuff. So that's how I have brushed, with the powerful, the president of the United States and stuff. And you know what? It's really funny. I will tell you, everyone that I've ever met has been, normal guys. I can see myself sitting down and having a beer with them. So for all you political guys out there and stuff, I know there's a lot, and I have my own opinions as well and stuff. I think at a human level and everything, a lot of these guys, you can probably sit down and drink a beer with them, and have a great conversation. But like most Americans, most people, they have their opinions and they have their beliefs and stuff. And, you just got to stay clear of those. Unless, of course, you want to have a talk show or a heated debate with them. And, but I don't recommend you want to have a heated debate with the president of the United States. You might not bode too well for your future and stuff. So, everything in time. So with that, but let's get us back on course here with tonight's topic, with Trip Elix. I do want to do a little housekeeping. First, if you're listening to us on YouTube, please make sure that you subscribe. That's how we support ourselves around here. That's how we pay for this. If you are on Facebook, if you're one of those people that have just thrown in the towel and decided that you want to give up your personal freedom and your data and stuff, and you join Facebook, join us out there. Look for the Midnight Ocean. We have the Midnight Listeners group. You can join us there, and I promise you I will not spam you. The other thing is, I got to switch it, but it's actually instead of the TM Ocean, it's actually the MN Ocean at Twitter. So there's some guy now getting a bunch of tweets about the show. He's like, what the heck? But I do know this, the hashtag TMO guest and TMO host is active. We will monitor those in the future. I will monitor those after the show and stuff. Get back to you if you have any questions or concerns. But right now, if you want to talk to us, get out on YouTube, and we have a chat window open there. You're more than welcome. To join us out there and get into the chat. But enough of that. Let's get back to the matter at hand, and bring our guest back in, Trip. And Trip. You want to talk about dark web? You want to get on the fringe here a little bit and really get ourselves in trouble?
Well, it's not really trouble. It's not trouble. Let me move these because I can hear myself on the echo. Basically, if you take the internet and you think of all the websites that you see around you, draw a big clock, and you take roughly less than 25%, and you say that's what's indexed by Google, Bing, and Yahoo, then all the rest of it is considered the dark web. That's the websites that you can't see from the major search engines. They've fallen off the grid. Now, some of these sites are on purpose that way. They're hidden, or they're encrypted, where you have to have crypt keys to get into them. But basically, what you do is, if you want to get onto these guys, is grab a laptop that has nothing to do with you. My favorite is going to a flea market without my cell phone so that nobody can see that I went to the flea market and buy an old laptop. Now, it's not something that has ever been in my hands before. I bring it home. I don't connect it to my Wi-Fi. I don't connect it to my network ever. Now, this is my toy box. I only use it when I'm at least 150 miles from my house. And again, I don't have my little snooper with me, my cell phone. If it's near my cell phone, if you've got your cell phone with you, data brokers know where you're at.
Yeah.
They could put that computer with you. So take the computer away. Now, what operating system do you use? Well, you can download a free Tor client. Tor is an encrypted session. But what you can't do with that computer is ever check your email. Don't go on your Facebook. Don't go on your Twitter account. Don't do anything that you would normally do on your home computer, your home network. No, there are no friends that you have on the dark web.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's important.
Now,
Well, I want to stop you there because I think that's important. Everything you're saying is good. I want to stress that you have no friends in the dark web. You have 0 friends in the dark web.
And really what you can find out there is you can find all the things that are suppressed within our society in the search engines.
Yep.
So what I mean by suppressed? Well, for example, Amazon decided to roll back books that were on its Kindle that it decided were pirated. And the first book that it did it on, believe it or not, was 1984. How apropos is that? Yeah. But you can find literally movies. You can find bomb-making material, how to make bombs and all of that stuff that you can find at your any local public library. It's got an old set of encyclopedias. They have that information too.
Yeah.
But we live in the electronic world, so it must be on the dark web. Everybody's heard of the Silk Road by now, and the Silk Road was just an eBay for everything that you could buy, whatever that you can't buy on eBay.
Yeah. Yeah.
But for the most part, when we're talking about this, this website that we're on right now, this YouTube, has a little chat window. Well, there's a original chat platform that's out on the internet called IRC. IRC is the beginning of chat, and basically what you do on IRC is you join a server, and then you go to a subject room, and there are people waiting in that chat, sending messages back and forth, just like this thing on YouTube that we're all running right now.
Sure.
But the difference is that depending on which server you connect to, the things coming across, besides the free porn sites, that if you're around the computer community at any time, you become completely immune to seeing porn, because that's what the computer community does.
Well, I mean, let's face it. The reason why you have YouTube and you have all of the technologies and the codecs and stuff that we have is because of porn. I mean, porn is still the number one searched item on the internet. And
no. I spent time around the porn industry, and they are the beggars, and they are, the idea of a hustler, a guy that abuses women, forces them to have sex with other men, wears a shaggy coat, and calls them, that this is a description of data brokers that really should be put into everybody's mind, because these guys are the same caliber of piece of crap human being.
Yeah, and please understand, I'm not saying that porns are the revolutionary, but what I'm saying is that a lot of the technology that we use today was driven by our appetite for the whole concept. A lot of your codecs and your video streaming and all of that was to address the need of delivering porn. And it's sad, but it's somewhat true in that regard. And
the takeoff of webcams and the peep shows.
Yep.
But I mean, when you're out on the dark web and you decide to hook to a hidden IRC server so that you can have a communication to grab some illicit software, well, those days are pretty much over, because now everything's web app. So.
Yeah, I mean, remember the old Wares CDs when we were younger and stuff? We'd go to a hacker convention or whatever and pick up the Wares CD, and it would have all of the software on there. I mean, those are the good old days when the old days when hacking and did involve a phone. I don't know what I enjoyed the most when I don't know. I still miss the tones. The phone tones and stuff like that in the good old days. I remember my first, I can probably say this now because statute of limitations are over.
Nope.
No, I can't say it, so he's going to say, shut up.
Nope. This is a myth, okay? Federal law states that the statute of limitations begins when the government learns about the incident.
Oh, okay. Never mind that. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, but the good old days. I mean, the good old days of you just playing around. I remember my first computer. Actually, this is sad. My first computer, I was in 7th grade. It wasn't my computer. I dated a girl because she had a VIC-20, a Commodore VIC-20. My first high school sweetheart, not high school sweetheart, my first high school sweetheart. It's a different story, but my first girlfriend that I had, she had a Commodore VIC-20, and I was in 7th grade. Yeah, and it was like, hey, can I come over to your house and play with your computer? So that was the thing. And then of course, I like yourself was involved in the computer labs at school and stuff. And then my actual first computer my parents bought me was a Commodore 64, and then learning BASIC on that and with the modem, and then learning how to break the solder pins on the motherboard so you can have dual drives, CD or floppy disk drives and everything. And I mean, those were those were fun days. I mean, that was when you actually felt like you were doing something in the computer world, where you actually had to compile code, and there was a physical aspect to getting on the internet. You had to take your phone and tie it to the coupler, and then then explain to your parents why they have a $200 phone bill.
No. We a friend of mine had a Commodore, and what we did is we took the Commodore with a TV to on our bicycles to an apartment building.
Yeah.
Most apartment buildings have laundry in the basement.
Yeah.
And that's where the telco cabinet is.
Yep.
So we'd set up in the laundry room. These old ladies would come down and do the wash and never question what we were doing. Yeah. But we were using the telco rack in the apartment building, looking for open carrier.
Yep.
Hey, I'll tell you something really funny about the Wares guys.
Yeah.
One of the big BBS guys, at the time, he decided that he was going to get into movies, and I told him, I don't want to know you anymore. He used to have 0-day Wares, and I was interested. He got into 0-day movies, and I'm like, nope, you're going to get busted. So about a year later, he calls me on my cell phone and tells me that Homeland Security is at his house exercising a search warrant. What do I do?
Hang up the phone. Don't call me.
And I said, thank you, you bleeping for calling my number. It doesn't matter if you hang up.
Yeah, it's too late. The damage is already done. Yep.
So anyway, I know that it was a Tuesday. I know it was a Tuesday because a local bar that's not that far from my home has a gay boy night on Tuesdays. So what I said to him is, when you get done, I want you to come meet me and we'll discuss what you should do. He called me because I know a lot of lawyers and political people around here. So I get to the place early. He gets there about a half an hour later. And then I watch 5 FBI agents, all middle-aged guys, try to act nonchalant in a gay bar.
In a gay bar. There you go. That's actually pretty good. I mean, it was, and that was the thing, is that, when we first started out, it was kind of like the Wild Wild West. I mean, no one knew. I mean, there's a reason why I'm in telecommunications. There's a reason why I write software for the telecommunications industry, because it was a Wild Wild West. No one knew. And typically what would happen is that you would get hired, once you would expose, remember the old Captain Crunch, the 2600, which I got to ask, because I know the editor and stuff. Is 2600, are they still putting out their magazine, or is it electronic?
No, yeah, they're still selling their magazine, and They were selling T-shirts, and they were actually one of the promoters of the Hope Conference.
The Hope Conference, and that's the thing. And let me kind of give those listeners out there for the first time some of the lexicon here. So where CDs are CDs that you used to be able to purchase, or actually floppies. I used to get them in floppy, that had hacked software, or had all sorts of things on them and stuff. And you would purchase these, and obviously it didn't have a whole lot of software on them and stuff, but it had what it had, and you could purchase this. I mean, basically every commercial piece, and of course with DVD and CD. So you used to purchase them, and then they were already hacked. They were already done. And then 2600, I'll give you a little history of that. You can Google on the web to get more, but 2600 was the frequency in which the operators of the telco companies used to do interconnects. And what that was, it was all manual process. Now with Nortel and stuff, it's all digital switching. So it's almost near impossible to do it. You still can trick the system. But
by the way, it's really important for your listeners here, and do not look for the 2600 on Google or any of these things on a known account, because that will throw you on an NSA watch list.
On a list.
Putting putting 2600 into Google is tantamount to putting "I want to support ISIS. What can I do?"
Which is crazy because 2600 was, I always, obviously they came about with the telco and stuff, but they were actually, if you're in the business and especially security and stuff, they were it was kind of like Dr. Dobbs' journal for C programmers.
Well,
it was the go-to magazine.
Since you're a former freak, I'll tell you that I've got the list of the NSA keywords. I'll email them to you. So you
Stop
can
saying them. Stop saying them and stuff. But yeah, I don't. At this point, I'm already on the list. Trust me, they know who I am. But yeah, so 2600, you hear were Captain Crunch. So the thing was that the frequency was the 2600 frequency. Well, Captain Crunch in the day came out with his whistle. Used to buy, Captain Crunch in the thing, and it was just amazing that when you blew this whistle, it had the same frequency as the 2600. So you used to be able to trip what they call interconnects and make out long distance phone calls and call all over the world and different the White House and stuff like that free of charge. And Kevin Mitnick obviously made that popular and stuff. And it's funny because I laugh. I listen to Kevin on shows and I'm just like, whatever. Yeah. All right. You got caught.
Yeah. Well, he's still around.
Yeah.
And, that the whole thing about the infamous people that got caught, and I don't. Part of the narcissism of the guys that do bad stuff and then tell others that they did bad stuff so that they have some kind of credibility.
Yeah, street cred.
Is exactly why they get arrested by the FBI anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Like I said, I and I know, and look, I am nowhere near some of the people that and my thing about that is I associate with some of those guys when I go to like Defcon and stuff. Yeah.
Have you been watching Mr. Robot?
I have. I have, and the first season, yes, and I'm kind of. How do I say
lost
torn?
In the second season.
I'm kind of, I watched the second season and just went, and everything. I don't know. It's kind of the Hollywoodization of our industry. And I guess what was refreshing, it was the only thing that was close, the technology and the social engineering that was done in some of that. It was close. It was close. I remember, there hasn't been.
You know what's wrong? You know what's wrong with Mr. Robot?
Yeah. Tell me.
Weave isn't in it.
Yeah.
Okay. For your listeners, there's a troll that is famous.
Yeah.
He's famous because he can add. His name, he goes by Weave on Twitter and a few other things. And what he did was he went on AT&T's website and put in his account number and then added 1 to it. And it gave the email address of the customer of AT&T for that number. So he put another number in, and he compiled about 2,600 email addresses and then told somebody that you could type that in as a URL. Well, the FBI came and arrested Weave, and he actually spent some time in federal prison for hacking because he knew how to add in a web browser.
Yeah. Well, I got in trouble. I didn't get in trouble. I mean, they criminalized the remember the encryption algorithm for DVDs, and when they published that, they said the guys that they originally published it, the encryption, they actually prosecuted them for that. And so, as a rebellion, I had T-shirts, black T-shirts made with the algorithm as on the source code on his black T-shirts, and I was informed very strongly but nicely. I'll have to say, very strongly but nicely. I don't know how that. Well, obviously we were selling them, so they knew. Someone probably wore it, or you never know, because a lot of the black hat conventions and stuff are all infiltrated now with government agencies, and but I got a nice strong letter, from the district attorney and this great federal attorney there in the Chicago district that I was facing or possibly could face prosecution for redistributing that code. And
the hacker thing, I didn't go to Defcon for many years until my pirate friend decided to make me known to the government, so I don't care.
Yeah.
But Defcon and Black Hat, which are in Vegas, those aren't infiltrated by the government. They're run by the government.
They are now. Yeah.
Sony, Homeland Security, and Intel are the board members of Defcon, and Defcon owns Black Hat.
Yep. Well,
so
I remember now. I remember the first Defcon that I went to. It was in a hotel in Vegas. It was in Vegas. It was a hotel, and basically it was a bunch. It was more like a college dorm. It was a bunch of hackers with their laptops and various devices in each room, and depending upon like what your pleasure was, if you wanted to get into government agencies, you want to get into private banking or whatever it was, you go to these different rooms. And then the cool thing was they go like the after parties and everything. But now it's just so mainstream. I don't even go. I mean, I don't even go to CES anymore or any of those shows because it's just so mainstream. And
I haven't been to CES, and I'd kind of like to do that. Yeah. I just haven't gone yet.
Yeah.
That looks like it could be fun. But I'll tell you the thing that really irritates me with our commercialization of like TVs today, like the HD, this HD crap that I have coming through cable because of its compressed HD signal. Years ago, I went to Comdex and saw Hitachi. Hitachi, and in their booth, had pressed a fish tank up against a TV. And you know how you walk rows at a trade show?
Yeah.
I'd look down the row and I'd see, that the fish were in the fish tank. It kind of was, my bearing.
Yeah.
And they were decent-sized fish, tropical. So when I came up on the fish tank at its side, the fish tank was empty. And curious because I knew where I was at in the convention hall, and I walked around to the front, and the fish were on the TV, and the fish tank was empty.
Yeah.
It was a trick of the eye.
Yeah.
But the quality that I saw for HD in the 1990s is far better than this piece of crap that I've got in my home.
Yeah. Well, I actually alluded, it's funny that you say that because I alluded to that yesterday talking about digital cellular. I was at a Docomo conference in Asia where, digital cellular came out years ahead before it was here in the United States. And the reason why it was held up is because the government, they had to have a way of accessing, because it being digital, you can encrypt, right? Versus analog. You can encrypt analog too. There are ways of doing it. Through white noise processing and stuff, but the thing is the encrypt digital is anybody can do it, as we know, and so the government would not allow the digital phones in the United States until there was a way of them doing it. And the way that they do it now is they just partnered with the government just partnered with the telco companies, and they just hang their equipment right off the switch at the NOC. NOC is Network Operations Center for those people. I got to remember that every once in a while we have people that don't know the business, so I got to make sure that we include them in some of our lexicon and stuff. So you went to the Hope Conference? How was that?
Kind of lame.
Was it really? Is it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the Defcon guys. Because the cool thing when you're hanging around with the hackers is this. If you want to get the lowdown of how something works, you can walk up to somebody that is a complete introvert. He's more interested in his computer than anything else, and the likelihood of him having a girlfriend are close to nil. So he's married to that computer and his keyboard, and you make his day by just having a conversation with him.
Yeah.
And he'll tell you about everything that he's working on. I mean, everything that, if it's how web encoding works or video encoding or, I had drinks with one of the developers or one of the engineers for PCI, the slot.
Yeah, the PCI slot, yeah.
Yeah, in Vegas at a Comdex show, at Comdex. That was one conversation I really wanted to leave.
I mean, it was funny. I mean, I will tell you, stories about conversations, and you never know who you met. When I was at middle, I was going to college and stuff. I obviously took some computer science. So the problem that I had with computer science classes is my brother was a aerospace engineering student, and he was 4 years ahead of me. And I used to help those guys write COBOL and all that when I was in high school. So when I had to go write the code for my COBOL classes, when I actually had to take them, it was like I can't write the same code because because the professor is going to be the exact same. So I had to manipulate it in such a way. So it made it a little bit more difficult. But so I had a real good friend that we became friends in a science class. Actually, we're taking summer science or something, chemistry. And I had my my little TI computer calculator with me, and we were playing with it. And so from there, he asked me what my major was, and at that time it was actually, believe it or not, physics, biochem. But I had to take some computer science classes, and so when the fall semester, spring semester started, I had to take a C class. So I'm sitting there, and sure enough, my buddy shows up, and he's sitting next to me. And I'm like, "What?" He goes, I was just kind of hanging out with you." And I was like, "Okay." So and this guy was an introvert. This guy was he was on Ritalin. He was on every drug, antidepressant, everything you could possibly think of, and older gentleman. And so, make a long story short, we're going through the class and we're doing our code, and the teacher is critiquing us on our code and everything. And she, looked at Gary and she's like, you got a bad attitude, because he was doing some advanced stuff and in a basic class. And she's like, you got a really bad attitude. You're not really going to do anything in this industry. And Gary, it was hilarious. Gary walks over to the computer lab, and our computer lab just happened to we were running all Sun mainframes and stuff, but the computer lab had a Mac center. They got a huge grant for Macintosh computers, and they're sitting there in the lab. And so Gary walks over to the computer and does a 3-finger salute to boot it up to the credits and everything. And sure enough, his name rolls across in the Mac OS 7 and, written, had his name. And he goes, "I've already done everything there is to do in this industry." And it just blew me away. And Gary has always been a great mentor of mine and stuff. You never know who you're going to meet, but here I am sitting in a class next to the guy who was one of the key developers of OS 7. And the whole reason why he was there at the university, I ended up going, he lived in a dorm room during the week, but the whole reason why he was at the university is because his business partner told him that it would be a good idea for him to find a girlfriend and make something, his therapist or whatever, find a girlfriend. So he went to college. He was going to middle, looking for a girlfriend. But I remember going to his house in Nashville, right next door to Barbara Mandrell was his house. And it was this monster house. I mean, this guy it was crazy. And we walked into his garage, and it was nothing loaded. Typical geek. His house was, unkept and everything. But he had every Mac. I remember the Mac towers. When you wanted to add more disk space, you just, plug in the hard drive and everything. But he had wall to wall Mac towers, and it was incredible. So,
one of the things that a lot of people don't realize that's happened because of our political corruption is a few years ago, a law got passed called the DMCA.
Yeah.
And what the DMCA does is it specifies that you can't modify anything that you basically, it works like this. If you have all the things that you believe that you've bought and you have them in your home, if you take them apart and try to fix them yourself, you've violated a federal crime.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you take the speakers out of a speaker cabinet, that's also violating DMCA.
Yep.
It really is a violation of our First Amendment, and it's a violation of what makes America great. You know, we're a country that we make stuff, we hack stuff. You know, the hacker mentality is a global one, and we think about hackers from the other countries. Hackers here, I'll give you an example. My Right to Property book was dedicated to Aaron Swartz.
Yeah.
Aaron Swartz was a internet pioneer. If you guys don't know who he is, look up Internet's Own Boy on YouTube. A movie was made about him. He did a lot of things for us, but one of the things that he was very passionate about was the open information.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of information that is held by government that should be open. Remember earlier I was talking about criminal data. At state level, you can look at criminal data, but once it enters the federal court system, it ends up in this closed database that's called PACER.
Yeah.
And PACER is a useless database.
Yeah.
You can't search it. You can't search for cases in it. You can't do anything with it. And what this has done by having PACER and having this problem with the federal data has fostered some other companies to take hold of the information and sell it outside of the federal government.
Yeah.
The biggest two of these, everybody should know their names. One is called LexisNexis.
Yep.
LexisNexis is how your tax forms that are paid to your city get posted on the internet.
Yeah.
It's how Zillow gets the pricing of homes.
Yeah.
It's how the criminal data gets out on those criminal search sites.
Yep.
That's it.
Lexis.
Either the data comes from Experian, it comes from LexisNexis, or it comes from Westlaw.
Well, let's talk about Aaron, because there's a lot of listeners out there that don't know the story. I mean, I was actually in Chicago when all that was going on, and watching that case, and unfortunately, because of the pressure, people don't realize how our government, the pressure that they can bear upon you, and they make it very clear. A lot of these federal prosecutors and everything, they might not have a case against you, but what they will do is that they'll destroy you. And to them, that is their goal. Either they lock you up or they destroy you. And unfortunately, Aaron got caught up in a situation which, right or wrong, did what he do. This is the story and everything. I'll just kind of highlight it. So Aaron felt that information, especially at public universities and at universities that were taxpayer funded, should be accessible to people. There are cures for cancer, diseases, things of that nature. And actually, he's been attributed for releasing some of that information that has led to the betterment of society. And so what Aaron did is that he hooked his computer up, in a nutshell, hooked his computer up to a database at MIT in the basement there. and he sucked down all of the research journals of all of the professors and students and stuff. And he felt that that information needed to be made public. He's kind of like a WikiLeaks of information, and not not bad information.
What he sucked down was PACER data.
Yeah, PACER data. You're right, because that information
that was a separate release of information that he had done priorly.
Well, all of these journals are uploaded into the PACER database. You're absolutely right. A lot of these universities have contracts.
Actually, the journals, no. Two different data sets. Okay. The PACER system is only federal criminal data.
Okay. What's the one, because he was prosecuted because he
was prosecuted for getting into PACER and taking a mass amount of PACER.
Well, see,
there's another system that's out there that I got to look it up. I can't remember the name of the database.
While you're doing it, yeah. Well, but in a nutshell, so what happened was the universities subscribed to a data warehousing system, and the way that they get these universities to get sold on this is, number one, they come in and they say, "Look, we can make sure that your research material that you're publishing, or that your soon-to-be doctors or graduate students are publishing, is not, plagiarized or whatever," and that's how they get them. So that data is actually sold. This private research is actually sold to these data warehouse clearance houses, and then you have to pay, as Tripp was just saying, you have to pay to have access to that. Well, what Aaron believed is that data should be free. This information was being paid for, funded. The universities were being funded by us taxpayers and everything like that. So what he did is that he hooked into that system and he downloaded all of that data. And he made it, he showed some of his friends. He didn't really publish a whole lot of it, but he did enough of it to get the ire of the federal government. So the story is this, regardless of what he did or did not do.
Oh, you were right. That was JSTOR. I couldn't remember the name.
Yeah. So what, but
he was in JSTOR.
JSTOR. So but the problem is this. It wasn't the fact of what he did. It was the strong arm tactics of our federal government. What they did is they made it perfectly clear. The prosecutor made it perfectly clear that if he got a criminal conviction or not, he didn't care. His goal was to destroy. And the reason being is because he had pressure, because there was a vast amount of pharmacological studies, researches going on. There was a vast amount of climate change research that was going on, which actually kind of trumped the climate change theories. There's a lot of information that basically counteracted economic interests of some of the elite out there, and they had to shut them down. I mean, there was one cure for cancer. There was a type of cancer that was pancreatic cancer that Aaron to this day is credited for curing or for saving hundreds of lives, if not thousands, because he released this information about a cure that should have been in public domain. Even doctors didn't have access to it. And research doctors and doctors who were on the forefront of cancer research didn't have access, but they already cured this type of cancer. And it was because Aaron got in there and he released it and so they prosecute him. And unfortunately, the story turns bad where, like I said, the federal prosecutor way overstepped his bounds, made it perfectly clear. And I was in Chicago when this happened. I didn't know the family, but I knew of the family. And the problem was that they basically just told Aaron, they pushed him over the edge. I mean, he had, he was an introvert. He was a computer guy. Great guy, though. Very nice guy. If you watch his videos and stuff, this is a guy that I'd like to hang out with. And I can relate to him. But they basically pushed him over the edge. And unfortunately, Aaron took his life. And
you so eloquently repeated the public story.
Yeah.
Let me disclose to you, it's in my book, by the way. Okay. You should get a copy. I wrote about why the government probably went after Aaron Swartz. Earlier, Aaron Swartz had built a website that connected money and power with politicians. In other words, the tit for tat, and disclosed it on all the members of Congress.
Yep. Yep, I did leave that out, and I do. Yep, good catch, Trip. That's why I have you. That's why you're the expert. I'm just the host.
I just do privacy, man.
That's why you know.
I know how to be left alone.
Yeah, I know how to be left alone. You're going to teach that. So you are correct. I do remember that. And then he got the ire of the government pretty early on. I think they were probably gunning for him. You're right. Yeah.
And then he became a fixture on TV. Nobody really knew who this guy was until Congress tried to sweep SOPA and PAYA across the American people, and suddenly Aaron was on USA Today.
That's right.
He made the cover of USA Good Morning America. He was a fixture on all the talk shows.
He was an activist. Yeah. Now, SOPA and PAYA, what is that?
SOPA and PAYA was a series of corrupt bills that were going through the Senate and the House to change the way that copyright rules worked. The excuse for it was that drug manufacturers that are selling on the internet, selling fake Viagra, gave a way for the government to go after them. Notice that we don't see that much about fake Viagra anymore.
Yeah.
But and even though those bills never got passed, but actually what it was is further suppression of information being available on the internet. Part at the highlight of this, Wikipedia shut itself down for a day. Google had a black tie.
Yeah.
MSN had a black ribbon on it.
Yeah.
For the day of the vote, and it was really a testament for the power of the internet, of how people can get together using the internet and change the policy of Congress.
Yeah.
We the people have the power as long as we the people can communicate. I brought up Weave before, and Weave was a troll, and he did a lot of things, but you can check on this yourself. But I believe that Weave was singularly responsible for the Occupy movement.
Really?
And I'm not kidding.
You think he was the one that started it?
I think that he flapped his mouth and was being a troll and convinced a bunch of people to go to a free rock concert in Central Park that didn't exist.
That didn't exist.
And was tweeting to them the entire time.
Yeah.
And the movement got born from some of his tweets, and the rest, well, you know what convinced me of all this is of some of the stupidity in our society is, you mentioned being in Chicago and Cleveland rocks, and I grew up in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
But I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And I'm old enough that the hippie generation was right before mine.
Mm-hmm.
I knew real hippies. I mean, guys, family friend went to Haight-Ashbury. And he came back. He was 16 in 1969, quite a few years older than me. And I got to hear his stories of the hippies, the real hippie culture.
Yeah.
And I knew what it was about. And when I went to Cleveland and I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I found out that Woodstock was a political event. It wasn't a party.
See, I always thought it was a party, but
no, not according to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
It was
Woodstock was a mass political event.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, I can see that. I can see culturally where it brought together a movement and created, it kind of capitalized the movement and the peace movement and everything. So I can see that. Before we get too far away from the subject, though, you mentioned Aaron, because I think it's very important. I remember watching that video. I think it was on Netflix or one of the things.
It's free on YouTube.
It's on. What's the name of what's the video on Aaron? Everybody's got to watch it. I mean, it's just incredible. This guy is just, it was sad. I mean, after watching it and seeing it and then watching his life and knowing how our government just completely, prosecutory just misconduct. It was just incredible. I'm sure one of our guys will go out there. So let's do this. Believe it or not, we've chewed up about 3 hours here, and I want to make sure I give the listeners, our loyal listeners out there, the opportunity to talk to you. Trip, are you open for coming back
absolutely.
and doing some call-ins? So what I will do is, let me just kind of get this up here. This number, if you want to give Trip a call, give us a call at 312-588-1200. Not Trip, but you're going to call me and then I'll hook you in so you can speak with Trip, ask your questions and everything. But that is 312-588-1200 as we sit and talk with author of A Right to Property, Trip Elix. And we'll take a little break here, Trip. Get ready, get some coffee and everything. And when we get back, hopefully we'll get some phone lines lined up for you, and we'll get some of these calls. And as we roll through the night here at the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast, I am your host, Jeff Norton. What a night. It's been an incredible night. I think I've gotten to the point to where I've just agreed with myself. I made a corporate decision here. You gotta let Sandy know, because she's the CFO of the company. You gotta let her know that I made a corporate decision. I think I'm just going to go back to the old time radio boards, push buttons, things of that nature, because I think it just works so much better than all of this computerized stuff. But hang out there. We're going to take about a 3 to 4 minute break. We'll come back at the top of the hour. Trip will allow you to call in. Give us a call at 312-588-1200 if you'd like to speak with Trip. Get out to our Facebook page, tweet us, and also if you're watching and listening to us on YouTube, make sure that you subscribe to our feed so we can continue to bring you this great content. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in about 4 minutes. Thank you.
reach Jeff Norton from west of the Mississippi, 1-310-349-3096. East of the Mississippi, 1-718-285-8348. And first-time callers may reach Jeff at 1-312-588-1200. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. You're listening to Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean here on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Tonight's special guest is Trip Elix, author, extraordinaire, hacker, all things computer, privacy, author of the Right to Property. Before we join or bring Trip back on, if you'd like to give him a call, like to have a conversation with the guest, and I do apologize. And that's the one thing about not having an automated system that I'm realizing is it doesn't force us. We've had a great conversation. Don't get me wrong. I love it. That's what this show's all about. But probably should have offered Trip up to our guests or to our listeners a little bit sooner in the evening. But the number is 312-588-1200. If you'd like to speak with Trip, more than welcome to have you on the air. Let's take care of, like I said, a little house cleaning, a little housekeeping here. If you'd like to join us, go out to YouTube. Make sure that you subscribe to our channel. That's important. Let your friends know about us as we grow our network here. Get out to Facebook if you're into giving up all of your privacy information and stuff, and you join on Facebook. Make sure that you get out and go out to our page, The Midnight Ocean. Join the group Midnight Listeners. I promise I will not spam you and stuff with a bunch of stuff as we roll down. I know it's getting late in the evening. Please bear with us as we roll into the wee hours. I took that break and everything, and bring Trip up here in a second. And I did a major faux pas, Trip, as you're adjusting there. I can see you on the video. So we'll bring you here in a second. But as I was getting coffee, Trip, I actually tripped, and I think I just broke my foot, my toe. So I'm as I sit here and queeze and everything, it's kind of ow. That's all I got to say. I'm like, ow. Jammed it into the door coming into the studio. We have two heavy doors, obviously, for soundproofing and everything. And I left one of them open and jammed right into it and everything. But we'll work through the pain and bring the show and everything. So right before we took the break, we were talking about Aaron Schultz and everything. Schwartz. I get it wrong. Thank you for correcting me. It's late night. I gotta have me some more coffee and everything. I appreciate you hanging out there with us for this late. It's funny when I started to do a 4-hour show, everybody was like, "Oh, all the guests, 4 hours. That's a long time." Every guest has gone 4 hours so far. Every guest has gone the full 4 hours. There's just so much to talk about, and there's just not enough time. Never enough time. And we can still have a conversation after this conversation and stuff. So what are you doing these days? You went to Hope. You were disappointed? Is there?
Yeah, well, it was a little on the lame side. The 2600 were a bunch of freaks. By the way, for your listeners to understand, there are different levels and different skill sets of everybody that is in the quote hacker mantra label. Mm-hmm. You obviously were a telco guy, and people that were around telecommunications, primarily cellular, but digital or analog communications, are on the freak side of the fence. Yep. People that are in the confidence game, in other words, getting people to disclose information, those people are called social networking or social
engineers.
social engineers.
Yep.
And the hacker label is put on a lot of people that it doesn't belong on some, and some there's not even enough of a definition for them.
Well, I come from the old school. A hacker is a guy who sits and looks at a piece of code and sits and hacks on it until it's done. That's what a hacker is to me. I mean, it's always been. I think that's the old school definition. Is that we used to. Obviously, we would, the Mountain Dew filled, there's a plug for a product, the Mountain Dew filled nights and days of no sleep and 24, 48, 72 hours of no sleep to get that code out the door, or to find a piece of code, and especially in the open source community and the Linux community, and make it better. And then that was the big one, is the fact that you could, change someone's code and then 2 days later have it in a major distribution of an OS. I mean, that's my definition of a hacker. But you are right. I mean, there are the freakers, and then there's the social engineers, and then there's the government.
Yeah.
Or governments,
well,
I should say.
The government's the largest, is actually the largest employer. So
yeah. Oh, without a doubt. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, there's huge complexes. What's the one? Is it in Utah? The NSA has their huge complex where they're, the amount of water the amount of, it's the data warehouse, but the amount of electricity is top secret. But someone was able to get the water bill, and then from there they were able to backwards engineer based upon the water consumption for the cooling towers. The capacity, and they said it is by far the largest data center ever constructed.
Yeah, well, it's the largest building ever built on the planet that you can see from space.
Yeah. How do I get there? Well, just kind of, you can see it from space.
It's kind of notable.
Yeah.
But where the word hacker came from?
No, tell me.
Actually, it's attributed to John Nash.
Okay.
John Nash was a mathematician that was featured in a Hollywood movie, as we all attribute the
Beautiful Mind.
The Beautiful Mind.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the highest homage that our society gives, is putting you in a movie, making you the subject of a movie. But at any rate, he called a hacker somebody that could get to the result non-eloquently, as hacking the problem.
Yep. Well, and you know what? That was part of Einstein's genius, is that the fact that he was able to, and I believe that some of the smartest, the people that have advanced our society the most are those that can come up with solutions, not, in a non-elegant way. And, that's an art. It's a skill and everything.
And by the way, if any of your listeners are interested in avoiding identity theft, I've got a great paper on my website, tripelix.com. It's free, and they can download it. And it's got the story of the guy that was the author of the textbook for journalistic ethics, who was an identity thief.
Yeah. I have to get that. Can you give that website? It looks like we got some callers, Trip. I'll bring them on here in a little bit, but got a call from Missouri here. And so let's do this. Let's take the call, but let's make sure that we circle back around and make sure that we give your information out so people can get that, because it's very important, especially with identity theft, because that's the mainstream kind of, mode of the hacking, of these days is people stealing other people's identity. That seems to be the reason why they're out there, but there's so many other things that we need to be talking about.
Data brokers invented identity theft by putting all of our personal information on the internet.
Yep. So, caller, you are speaking with Trip Elix and Jeff Norton, I see, from Missouri. Go ahead.
Well, actually from Atlanta, but okay.
from hot Atlanta. So
yeah, that's it. From the Marriott Express stay in Atlanta.
Hey, now unless they're going to cut me a check, don't mention them. I'm not. We're not doing any. Thing. So this is Mr. Dan. I know the voice. The voice. So Dan, thank you. And you are speaking with Trip. You got a question for Trip?
Yes and no. First thing I got to tell you is you realize that the human foot has been designed by God to be the specific instrument by which you find things that are placed in your path.
Yeah, late at night.
Yeah, in the dark especially.
Especially in the
dark.
And
the small toe is probably the best indicator.
Because
that's the one that always seems to get crushed.
And that is the most painful. I would rather take a bullet to the head. No, not really, but because that's so permanent. This one here actually will heal, but yeah, it's excruciating. But that's what I get in trouble. Sandy tells me you need to walk around the house. Stop being a redneck, wear shoes, and everything. So
yeah.
So
but as far as the other business that you've been talking about, I've spent a lot of years working for information companies.
That's right.
Probably the biggest one I've been directly invested with was, they own data centers that hold things like the IRS databases and stuff like that. And one of the interesting things that I've run across is the fact that in the process of that company's maturation into, let's just say that they found that it was more realistic to outsource everything.
Yeah.
And, essentially at this point in time, I don't believe that there are many large databases that aren't actually managed by, foreign interests, for want of a better term. There's a lot of information flowing out the back door that nobody's ever going to admit to.
Well, I mean,
this company used to work with Walmart they started out doing, they literally, they started out by hanging boxes on the sides of people's TV sets. That should tell you who they are, Trip. And they graduated into, they set between your credit card and anything you buy.
Dan,
everywhere you buy.
Dan, I'll just go ahead and tell you. You can say the name because they're going to come to my door. They're not going to knock on your door. They're going to knock on my door. So if you want to, you can go ahead and say. I mean, they're defunct now, so you can say their defunct name if you want. But no, they.
Well, actually, they're not defunct. They just sold their various different pieces off and just rearranged their board of directors.
Yeah.
But so at any rate,
But that's a good point, Trip. We never really talked about that because one of the things is a lot of people think that this data is actually being, housed here in the United States. And most of the companies are U.S. based companies. But to Dan's point, he raises a great point. A lot of the data is being farmed out to foreign entities and foreign countries in which you have no legal recourse. What do we do?
Well, it's not only the databases that are closed, but look at half the apps that are on the Google Play Store and iTunes.
Mm-hmm.
These are foreign companies that are spying on us. They're gathering our data too, and what their reason for using it is leverage against the American population.
Oh, without a doubt.
People that don't think when they say, they place stuff on Facebook or they stick it on Twitter of a personal nature, and the guy is working for some mega corporation like, Walmart. He brought up Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
Walmart buys a lot of Chinese cheap pieces of crap, but if there's a leverage that can be made on somebody in a position to have something done, like a contract for Walmart. A little piddly contract for Walmart is worth a couple $1 million to the right person.
Yeah.
And all of the personal information of every employee. What I think is so funny is if type the word security in LinkedIn and find all those knuckleheads that are supposedly the guardians of the gates for major corporations posting on LinkedIn that who they are.
Yeah.
Social engineer that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, it was funny because I actually worked at a project for a bank, and I won't tell you and we talked, you know, we actually talked about that is that, they spent a ton of money and they were going through their, you know, their security policies and their procedures and everything. And they were sitting there and they were like, oh yeah, I don't have to. And this group within the bank was the, high-end investment group. In other words, you had to have 100 million plus, and they were the private equity, private investment group for these high net worth world people. Their clientele.
I think you and I worked for the same company.
Yeah. Well, it was funny because they were talking about this, and I said, you know, all I have to do is walk up to one of your people that at the end of the night that are doing your tape machine in your data center, and give them $10,000, and I can walk out with a tape. And they were sitting there going, no, you can't do that. You know, there's just no way. And as they were saying that, I opened up my my bag and I threw the tapes out on the table, and I said, I didn't even offer the guy $10,000. I bought him a beer. And they just freaked out. You know, the weakest link is your weakest link. I mean, and it's very important that you're absolutely right. You know, I get these guys are on LinkedIn and all that's a phishing site for guys that, for foreign entities, foreign banks. I mean, think about, there's a reason why the government does a background check on you financially to see if you have gambling problems and stuff like that, if you want a security clearance, and everything, because, you know, those people are more susceptible. I make it perfectly clear that I ain't going to get bought. You know, you can't buy me. I don't care.
I got a job offer today. You know, those things that get emailed to you.
Yeah.
I chuckled. It was for working on the ATM system down in Norwalk, Connecticut.
Yeah, I mean, they're all over. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I will tell you, I mean, kudos, though, to some of the companies I've worked for, and yeah, I'm not going to mention the names and stuff. There are some companies that take your privacy very, you know, they are very, I mean, almost to the point where it's frustrating. I get so frustrated with them when I deal with them, but I always tell them, it's like when we're done with the project or whatever, because you know, we deal with customer data with what we do in our call center practice. And I will always call them out and say, you know, I just want to let you know as a customer, as a person, thank you. Thank you very much. But I've also been with other organizations, mainly when I do government work, contract work and stuff like that. I'll be the first one to tell you, those people, you know, they talk about it. Oh, we're secure and stuff, but their practices are, you know, they're the first ones to give you VPN access. You know, they don't even ask for a driver's license. And, you know, I guess their assumption is that you're on the security list and everything like that, but they don't know who they're talking to. Half the time, everything's done remote these days. And, it's crazy. It's just crazy. So, bring Dan back on and everything. Dan, sorry if I muted you. Are you still there with her? Are you still with us?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
I'm not snoring yet. Surprisingly, I got a nap earlier.
Yeah, that's it. I appreciate you hanging in there, giving us a call. Did you have any other questions? I know you got questions for Trip, Dan. Come on, I know you well enough to know that you have some questions.
Well, I don't know about questions necessarily, but certainly observations over time. You know, I agree with Trip. You know, people put the craziest, stupidest things on Facebook. I mean, you know, political rants are one thing, but, you know, every little jot and tittle about your entire life, and you're throwing it out there so that your friends can be part of your life.
Yeah.
You know, it's a wonderful concept, but you're creating targets out of your kids. You're creating targets out of your spouses. You're creating targets out of yourself.
Yeah.
And, you know,
well,
let's take a test to see how much you look like Brad Pitt. Yeah, well, they just got a crap load of your personal information.
Yeah.
and they're going to sell it to somebody or whatever.
Yep. No, you're
So
absolutely. You're absolutely.
Well, it's the whatever that's a big deal.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, one of the things I did with Facebook when I had the my other show, I would friend everybody because it's all about the network, the marketing and stuff. And Dan raises a good point. Unlike the Midnight Ocean, I get a ton of friend requests, and I only have like 19 friends. But everybody that's a friend of me through the Midnight Ocean, not the page, but my actual Midnight Ocean account, my personal account, they are either friends, family members, or guests, or people that I would consider friends. Because usually my guests turn into friends at a later date. So, Drip, if you want to send me a friend request, I'll approve it.
I think I already did.
No, I know, I'm joking. But and I do make it clear that, hey, look, this is these are people that I know. These are people that I've talked to, that I know, and everything, and I don't worry about. But Dan does raise a good point. You always hear the story. Hey, I'm the family that posts their pictures on the internet. Hey, I'm going on vacation, or I'm doing that, and and that's the other thing too, is that the thieves are smart to the fact that if you don't post anything for a period of time longer, 2 or 3 days, they can deduce that you're on vacation and stuff. And you got to be very careful. I mean, it's it's a tricky world.
My idiot friends on Facebook, I know let anybody in because I get second party requests from people that just people that don't make any sense.
Yeah. I have trust me. If you are a supermodel hot in a bikini, don't send me a friend request. I'm not going to grant it.
Oh, man, send them my way.
Yeah, okay, I'll send them to you, Trip, but they're not coming to me because, number one, it's funny because, like I said, I mean, they're family. These are my family members. So and you do through Facebook, you do let certain people into your world, and you got to be careful. But like I said, I know the people. I've spoken to them personally. Those individuals who are sketchy, and I have a few guests in the past life that have been pretty sketchy. No, I'm getting knocks on the door. They're always, hey, friend me, I heard you got a new show. It's like, no, I don't. You don't need to have access to this. I had one instance where a guy asked me if my daughter. My daughter is obviously an assistant producer for the show and stuff. Asked her if she's still seeing the guy. That's on her, and that's one way to get yourself kicked off my page really quick. It's like, and yes, she is happily together with her boyfriend. So, and we encourage that. So, oh man, we're rolling down the night. It is. I told you we can go 4 hours. I don't think you doubted it. I don't think you were one of the doubters. We have so much to cover and not enough. I know that we said, let's write it down and circle back. And unfortunately I didn't write it down and circle back. What were we talking about? I said, I wanted to make sure that we covered after we got Dan on the line.
Dark web.
Well, we covered dark web. We covered the Aaron
ID theft.
ID theft, that was it. Identity theft. That's where most hackers are associated with now, is identity theft, and those are the two cases where I've been burned.
Well, it comes. Sorry, but I'm get echo on that. The problem with identity theft is this. All of our information is out, available for sale. About 800 sites, and that information actually comes from about 6 companies. So if you remove yourself from 6, you remove the 800. It's pretty easy. I mean, there are another 8 that have limited information that have scraped it. But the whole process of getting your information off the internet is number one, to protect yourself from ID theft. This is the other thing, Jeff, and the real reason that I'm on this tear and this tirade with the information and what the privacy stuff is about is we're coming up on we've made a change with our healthcare system.
Yep.
And we're going to be in a capitalistic society forever. The problem with our system in healthcare as it relates to data and identity theft is this. If somebody walks into a hospital in Bangladesh and says that they're Jeff Norton and has an ID that says they're Jeff Norton, they're going to get their appendix operation, and the bill is going to come out of our tax dollars. And quite truthfully, the United States government and our tax system can't support the health care for the world.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
We can't afford it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
And this is a bigger issue. Besides having children's information for sale, drugs that people take being for sale, where our police officers and where our military live. I mean, these subjects are the absolute stupidest situations for commercialization of data.
Yeah.
I mean, beyond the portfolio, Dan, I know your name and you said you're in Atlanta. You gave me enough information that I can look you up and I can become you. I can find out. Actually, I know the databases where I can buy what clothing your wife bought, so I can probably pick out what color panties she's got. And I'm not kidding. The data that's out there that's for sale that should not be is amazing.
Yeah. And people don't realize that. I mean, it like I said, is that, you know, when I had my identity theft, there was things that were brought out when they were doing the deposition on my expertise. There were things that were brought out about credentials and where I worked and all of that. And that was all part of the deposition. And so this person actually had a clear working history of me. And so, you know, naturally, what's the first thing Equifax asks you when they do your credit? You know, did you work at this place? Did you buy this car? Did you whatever? And you know, that was all made public record by our court system as part of the deposition process. And, you know, and these people, you know, luckily, you know, we caught it way ahead of time. And they actually, it was a syndicated ring. And so that, you know, they were stupid enough not to do, if they would have done a one-off, just me, who knows? But the reality of it was they were doing several people and they got caught pretty quick. So it shut the ring down, really quick. But, you know, the second instance, you know, obviously with the credit card scanners, but people don't realize, you know, with identity theft, I was sitting in an airport coming back from a project, and there was a young family next to me that were traveling. They were on vacation. They had to shut their credit cards down because someone, you know, at a restaurant the night before or whatever, you know, made purchases. And the problem is that most banks, they tell you 2 weeks. I was listening to their conversation. Here you have a family sitting in an airport, and no one carries cash anymore because it's almost illegal to carry cash, large amounts, especially for a trip. You'll get arrested. And you'll get it seized from you. Our government's made it illegal to carry large amounts of money. But, you know, if you go on a 2-week trip, I can easily see having to carry $10,000 cash with me and stuff to pay for everything. But hotels don't take cash. Most of them don't. You got to do a credit card. But get to the story. She's sitting there arguing with her bank.
Cash, but you got to give them a credit card for deposit.
And it's got to be a valid. And that was the problem, is that she's like, I'm at an airport. I have no credit cards. I have nothing on my debit card. And they're like, well, it's going to take 2 weeks and we'll mail it to you. And she's like, I'm on vacation. Yeah, I'm on vacation. What do I do? And that's, you know, that's where it hits home. That's where it really hits home.
Well, there's the banks and then there's membership. And if you use American Express, that's a membership system. They're not a bank.
Yeah.
And they do a great job.
Yeah.
You know, they watch for their membership, and they'll mail a card out the next day, no matter where you're at in the world.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why the bank that I use is, I love them because I can go into any one of their branches, and they're a worldwide bank. Everybody's like, why would you support those guys? But the reason why I don't support them, because I keep what I need to keep there, and then I can transfer wherever I want to. And the thing is I can walk into any one of their branches, and they are worldwide, and I can get a debit card or whatever made instantly. But the downside to that is if I can do it, then you're right, with the right hacker, who's to say that they can't do it? And
well, the other side of real protection and sorry, I'm getting echo and it's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
The other side of the protectionism is that debit cards are not protected like credit cards.
Correct.
So if you can get a credit card, just keep a credit card.
Yep.
That debit card, use it like the cash thing and use it as disposable. The best thing that I would say for somebody like you that's got a family and got an older kid is this. One, you have money that goes into a bank. Okay, that bank is your, quote, clearing bank.
Mm-hmm.
You get a second bank, and you move all the information, all the money into second bank, and you leave float in first bank. That's your spending money for the week.
Yep.
That second bank is where you keep your stuff, and a lot of the community savings banks, you can tell them to not allow internet,
mm-hmm.
and they'll honor that.
Yeah.
Some of the federal credit unions operate in the same principle. No internet access. I don't want any. I used to work for a bank, and doing security, I won't do any transactions online.
Yeah.
The only thing I use is I do PayPal.
Well, we do PayPal, and then I have a service that actually will generate it's an awesome product, and what it does is it generates a random credit card or debit card number to use just for that transaction only. And then once it's done, it's done. And it's a great service. Yeah, I mean, we have our main bank, our holding bank. We have our business accounts and stuff like that, and then we have outflows that go into various. And I used to tell listeners that you look. And don't be embarrassed, because this is all about protecting your assets and being smart. Go to convenience stores, go to a Walmart and get one of their debit cards, their preloaded debit cards, and fill that thing up to the maximum amount that you can do, and then have several of those, because they're on different networks and different things. And if one gets hacked, it's not leading into. I don't ever use our primary. We don't ever use our primary bank for anything except it's an inflow, and then we feed out and everything is protection. You got to. I mean, I travel for business and stuff, and I couldn't be that family. It would be devastating. And you got to always carry multiple things. And I've done the cash piece, and and been questioned when we went on a fairly length trip. I carried a lot of cash, and they were questioning. You have to put it on the form. I did learn that, and that was one thing that I'll have to say that Homeland made sure that they told me. They said, look, please make sure that you declare that, when you come back and everything. And I didn't realize, I was reading that. I went out of the country and then carried cash with me because I didn't know what the banking situation was going to be there. And the Homeland person, when they were interrogating me and everything, they said, just make sure that if you when you come back into the States, that you make sure you declare all the cash that you have on you. Because if you don't declare it, on that little form that you have to fill out, it can be considered a felony. And we know how much money you left the country with, so you gotta, you better have something, or something tangible.
Besides doing the credit card, by the way, the debit cards with cash on them is what most criminals are doing right now too.
Yeah.
And using those to move money around.
Yeah.
I mean, the low-end crack dealers are doing that. to move money in, and then the cartels are actually getting away from cash as well, and they'll have their carriers grab Visa cards from the drugstores with 50s and 100s on them.
So I'll have the ATF or who's knocking on my, not the ATF, who is it? The DEA knocking on my door. Is that what you're telling me?
It would be, no, money would be ATF or Secret Service.
Secret Service, yeah. But yeah, I would know. It's you gotta protect your assets, and of course, then we have physical. I mean, I can't stress that enough. There was, I don't know if you had it where you were at, but we had a couple months ago here where all of the ATMs and all of the credit card processing machines were down. So you also have to keep a certain amount of physical cash or physical, be it gold, silver. I'm not here to sell people gold and silver, but I do believe in tangible property as well. So, and,
well, the bad news for the gold and silver guys is if you understand how gold got distributed across the earth, the Hubble has proven that some of the asteroids that are sitting out in space, it's estimated that the amount of gold on our world is around 1% of what's sitting out in the Kuiper Belt.
Yeah.
So one of those, all it would take is one asteroid, not really large, smack in the Earth, that's got a decent amount of gold or silver in it to completely upside down the markets.
Well, come on. An asteroid hitting in the Earth, I think the least at any decent size asteroid hitting the Earth is, at that point is going to be devastating. And I've always made that argument.
I'm talking about the size of a basketball, man.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Oh,
okay.
You're correct.
I mean, literally. I mean, the other side of it, and I talk about this in the right of property, is that we're putting all this stuff out on the internet, and this is the problem with JSTOR. JSTOR and other systems, we're turning into electronic copy. I don't know if you realize this, but in 1890, the Earth was hit with a large-scale EMP from a sunspot.
Yes.
That knocked out the telegraph system.
Yep.
If we get hit with one of those again,
we're done.
Which is very likely, it will erase our data centers.
Yeah.
And there isn't any data center on the planet that's going to be immune.
Yeah. Yeah, Nova just had a special on the sun about 2 weeks ago, and they talked about that. They talked about a large solar storm such as the one that hit in the 1890s and stuff would basically, it would take at the minimum, they said it would take 3 months at the minimum for people to for communities to restore their energy, all the way up to 2 years to restore.
We live in the world of magnetic storage.
Yeah.
That would be fraud.
Yeah, that would be gone. Yep. I know. I agree with you.
Not that I would really miss the kitten and puppy videos.
Yeah.
But
can you imagine? I mean, think about it. We're so hooked, especially with like the Go. I remember the Doctor Who episode, a big Doctor Who fan, where they were all plugged in, and at like 12 o'clock, their earphones kicked in, and they got their programming. And I see that like with the Pokemon Go. I gotta say Pokemon Go because now I can put it in the tags of the video, and we can climb up the rankings there at YouTube. But these drones of people walking around with their cell phones. I mean, if you go out and look, I mean, just look at your cell phone, or go out to any major community. And I swear, I go to restaurants all the time, and I sit there and, and I look at the families that are all sitting there on their phones. Yeah. Can you imagine what's the world going to do? when that service goes down and everything.
It's going to be awful. They'll have to talk to each other.
Yeah, we're gonna have to communicate with each other. Yeah, but people don't know how to do that. People don't. We're actually seeing a lot of social engineering where people don't know how to communicate. Our kids don't know how to communicate. You know, most of the children today don't know how. My nephews, my younger nephews and stuff, when I talk to them, it's like, look me in the eye when you talk to me. Don't stare off into space. Look me in the eye. And it's crazy. Stop looking down. And you can tell that's the generation of electronics. When they speak to you, they're always looking down, and their hands are fidgeting and stuff. People just don't know. And, they can't speak in complete sentences. It's, very short, very, I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's sad. It's sad.
Yeah, it is.
But,
and, the whole thing about where things are going to lead is a guessing game.
Yeah.
I really can't say what's gonna happen with the data that's out there.
Yeah. Are you getting an echo in your headset?
Report?
Yeah. Are you getting an echo in your headset? Is that what's going on? Am I feeding you an echo?
Yeah. All of a sudden, I'll get about a 2.5 second delay, which really throws off.
How about now?
Yeah, it's worse.
That's really bizarre. I do apologize. I don't know. Huh?
If you could turn off my headset for me, that would be good.
That would be a trick, wouldn't it? Come over there and
I don't need to hear me.
Yeah, I know.
It's gone.
Yeah, I didn't do nothing. On this end.
It's got to be Skype doing that.
Yeah, it's Skype is notorious for that. I mean, they move up and down to the audio scale, so you got to be careful. It gets loud and soft, but oh man,
what happened to your other tool?
Which one?
Your audio tool. Instead of using Skype.
Oh, I've got the Skype. I've got the Join Me. We do the GoToMeeting. Is that what you're talking about?
No. There was another protocol that you were toying with.
Oh, the live stream?
Yeah.
No, we still have that. All right. So this is the problem. I'm having a hard enough time managing the technology that I have right now. I mean, it's like I got way too many things. Like I said, in the radio business, I used to, you stand in front of like a Wheatstone or an Axis or something like that, and it's very, the buttons are laid out. You push the button, it starts to record all that stuff. There's a reason why those boards are so expensive. But right now, to do the show that I'm doing, I've got 6 monitors running. I've got a soundboard. I got the converters. I've got, and I can't. It's just I've got a camera. We're going to add another camera that's going to be facing the screen so you can see all the technology. Plus, it's just crazy. And so no, the last thing I wanted to do is add another headache. I can't manage what I got, Trip, and stuff. I've got people that volunteered though to do production work for me, but it's just, the problem is that it is a late show and it's hard. It only takes one person not to show up to mess everybody up. So,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I love technology. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it allows me to come and do these shows and stuff. But I am going to, as the budget allows me, as the boss says it's okay, I am going to slowly replace all of the software-driven radio, all this equipment, and go back to the physical, the hardware. That's the direction.
So how did you get the feed to work with the YouTube feed and the soundboard feed?
Yeah,
how did you get that?
Yeah, so I have a product called Focusrite, which you can buy. And what that does is it takes the out channels, like we on the soundboard, we have two mixes out. So it allows me to go to Focusrite into a computer, which is actually managing the video that we're doing now. That's a dedicated computer. And then inside that computer, I have, because what happens when you come out of the Focusrite, it's a mono channel. We found that out the first night that we did the show. Everything was coming out the left channel. And so then there was a software package that we installed on there that actually took that single mono left line and converted it into a stereo. And then that broadcasts, that then hooks into, I'm using OBS, which is a free open source, to connect to YouTube, which is a great product. And it's open source, it's free. And then the mixer. So that's how we were able to resolve that. And we're really happy with it. It's a lot of, it's a lot of work though. I mean, it's.
Yeah, well, really the people that I've been on quite a few podcasts over the last 6 months, I guess. But, really a lot of people should be copying your playbook in the podcast market. You ought to do like a white paper of what you did.
Sure. Well, better yet.
You really ought to.
Well, better yet, if you, yeah, I'll help you. I mean, if you join me on, the only requirement I have is, at least take the effort, join me on Facebook, sub us and stuff. Because, I know how to do this, obviously, from a technology standpoint. Now, we do have a service, like I built the hybrid system, which does the phone connections. I actually wrote that software, and it's all SIP-based. So what it does, in the radio world, you would have to buy a $2,000 or $3,000 piece of equipment, a phone, what they call a hybrid, and then you'd have to pay the monthly phone lines. And what I did is I actually wrote a piece of software. It's all cloud-based. You log into an internet page, log on there, and then you can control your phones from there, and we can take up to 20 phone calls at the same time. I'm giving that service. If you're a podcaster and you'd like to offer that, I mean, I think we're charging $50 a month for it, which is, I can charge a lot more if I wanted to, but it's all that.
Well, it's not anything that I'm really interested in. Yeah. I want to use other people's audiences,
That's right. No,
really. That's what I want to do. I don't want to develop my own audience. I want to use your audience, get my message out, and then move to another audience.
Yep.
But a lot of all you guys that are doing a podcast, you're genuinely nice people, and some of them are flipping clueless, and I know that. And they're being raped over the coals by some of these people that sell podcast stuff and limited to one line in or two lines in and no video feed.
Yeah.
So they're just another voice in the dark.
Yeah.
And
yep.
I pick up another 10 people listening to me, and one of them will follow me.
Yeah.
That seems to be the podcast.
And well, eventually, our audience, I mean, we just started this week, and we're doing a ton of social media, and we're getting a lot of exposure, and this thing will explode overnight.
I know. I'm like, what, your third guest?
Yeah, you're only the third. Exactly. I mean, I was running the other show and stuff, we were up to 2,000, 3,000. And when we started to have like non-political guests on the show, and I, got rid of the right and the left, argument and stuff and all that, we jumped up to 20, almost 40,000 on a couple shows. So we'll get there. But I will tell you this, here we go. And you're right. I do need to help other podcasters, and I will do that because, that's part of my gift. I need to show them how to do this. I listen to a lot of your mainstream guys are in radio, and they talk about how much money it spends and stuff. I think my whole total operation, I spend about $120 a month to do everything I do. And I have unlimited bandwidth for video. I have unlimited bandwidth for audio. I have unlimited storage capacity for the servers. And these are using mainstream products. This isn't anything. The only thing that I have that I wrote custom, of course, was my hybrid, but I'll sell that to, I'll rent that to someone, to help them out. And it's only like $50. So
one of the listeners tonight was the podcaster that I'm going to be on Tuesday.
Sure.
And I told her that you were doing video and audio at the same time.
Yeah.
She wanted to hear it completely different format, a bunch of church ladies, and I'm not kidding.
That's okay.
And talking about kids' data for sale. You know?
That actually let me know the show. I'd like to.
There.
If I can listen to it, I'll definitely listen to it as well. But no, I was talking to. Now there's going to be a point with there's a company that we're negotiating with called Stream Guys, because I can see us getting to the point. When we hit about 20,000 listeners, a lot of these services are going to stop. They just can't handle it. They can't support it. So we are looking at we have negotiations in place to go to bigger CDNs, and that's content delivery networks for those that don't know the acronym. And that's how we push this data out. And we're going to do it. My whole goal is to keep the cost down to where I don't have to charge someone to listen to my show. As long as YouTube is going to put my videos up free of charge, and as long as MixIR, that's the reason why I like them, is MixIR is going to do it. And then we use MixIR as our live audio, and then we turn around and we shoot it out the Shoutcast, and we put it also on, I think TuneIn, we just got approval with them where they're going to pick it up as well. And so, but like I said, I produce this whole thing. It cost me about $150 a month. I will tell you this though, doing a 4-hour show, a lot of people don't realize, doing this show, we spend between, thank God I have a great assistant producer who reaches out to the guests. Now I reached out to you directly, Trip, but she does that. But I would say we spend about 4 to 5 hours a day just getting ready for the show. That means doing the video graphics that you're seeing here, communicating out on Facebook, all of the social media sites and stuff. And I spoke to a person today that's going to help with that a little bit. But I do need to kind of share that with people, because there's a lot of information out there that's just not getting out there, or great information that no one's listening to, because we are an eye candy society. We like to.
Yeah, no, I completely understand.
Yep.
But, I talked to a couple of these, and I'm no expert on the podcast stuff. I just hit people up for being on the show.
Being on their show. No, send them my way. I would, but tell them they better, soup us on YouTube. Subscribe to us, and they better join us on the Facebook. That's the only charge for admission that I'm going to give here and stuff. So, hey, we're running out of time. We got about 6 minutes left. Trip, why don't you go ahead and give out your websites and everything?
Yeah, sure.
And we'll wrap this one up.
Tripelix.com for the books, and also for the paper on protecting your privacy. And of course, if you want to see what Jerk and the Axiom president tell a lie, just click the play button right off my homepage. And over on itsmyinfo.org, I have Declaration of Privacy. It's free. It's all free information of how to get yourself out of the data brokers, get your name in control of your own information. Press the big orange Take Action Now button and tell these guys you got to mail them a certified letter and tell them that you no longer want them to sell your information. And to back that up, you've got my contact details, and I know a bunch of attorneys that are just standing by waiting for these guys.
Wow.
So go for it.
Yeah.
Tell these guys, and you don't have to fall off the grid, Dan. That's the point. You can live in society, and who cares if companies are tracking this? if nobody can sell it.
Yeah, correct, and stuff. So
And that website is itsmyinfo.org.
I'll get that posted on your guest page and stuff. So Trip, man, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for hanging in there with us with the audio. I know that was hard, especially with the double echo and stuff. But I appreciate it. I'll give you a shout tomorrow, my friend. I'll give you a shout tomorrow.
Great.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you're very welcome. Oh my goodness. There you go. Trip. Trip Elix joining us here live on the Midnight Ocean. What another, I don't know. I think we're getting better. I think it's getting tighter. We'll see. We'll get the comments tomorrow and everything. But, one of the things that was different tonight is that I got off to stop focusing about the sound piece. Just ran the board by my hands and I think we did okay. We'll have to tighten it up though, because when we go to syndication, unfortunately, we will have to run the automated systems. That's just one of the requirements that we do. But, get out to Trip's website, tripelix.com. That's tripelix.com. I hope I did that right. And more importantly, get out to our website, themidnightocean.com. Click on Trip's guest page if you'd like to purchase his books. You can do that through Amazon. We have links there. That's another way you can support our site. There's no markup or anything like that. It's the same price that you're going to pay for it at Amazon to begin with. It's just, we just get a little bit. Amazon says thank you. I think it's like a penny. Or some, I don't know what it is. Never really looked at it. But another way that you can support us is tell your friends, your family, everything about us. We are trying to take over late night talk radio and bringing you great content, great guests, entertainment, and also allowing you to participate in the communication. I do apologize. I did realize something, and for those that were trying to call in, I did realize that the page wasn't refreshing on my board, so we'll fix that to let us know that we do have callers into the system. Another thing we got to do in the morning. But like I said, if you're listening to this podcast on YouTube, please make sure that you subscribe to us. I promise you, I am not going to spam you. I'm not going to send you a bunch of cute kittens. I'm not into cute kittens and stuff. I'm just don't do that. I hate it when people do it to us. And so, but please subscribe to us. That helps us with YouTube. That's another way that we fund the program and everything. And then, of course, through the Midnight Ocean on Facebook, if you have joined that organization, the data mining organization of Facebook, make sure that you go to our page and like our page. And then on top of that, we have created a group called Midnight Listeners. That's another way of staying in touch with us. Don't listen and don't watch the @twit. That is wrong. It's actually the MN Ocean, not TM Ocean. I'll fix that. That's my Twitter. That's how you reach me. And then, of course, you can always hashtag TMO guest or TMO host if you'd like to ask me a question through the day. I try to make myself accessible from 9 o'clock till 5 p.m., 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday during the day to answer your Twitters, to your tweets and all of the messaging and stuff like that. And, like I said, feel free to reach out to me if there's anything we can do, any guests that you would like to see or hear on the show. Love to hear from you. I mean, this is part of the success of this show is not me. No, it's the guests, and it's also you, the listeners. We want you guys to participate. We want you to have the opportunity to speak with our guests, our experts, and everything. And before we wrap up here, so we're going into a little bit of overtime normally because we got started a little bit late. We had some issues and stuff. I do want to kind of tell you what's coming up tomorrow and the rest of the week as our guests. So tonight, obviously, we had Trip. Tomorrow, we're going to have Matt Powell. He's, Matt is a unique individual. He's written a book on how to basically overcome some of your future issues by looking at their past and addressing those things. But more importantly, he is a martial arts expert. He really, this is a guy that has the cred, the street creds. And then we'll wrap up the week with Elix Markowski. Alex is a writer, but more importantly, he's a person that's experienced Russia, Soviet, communist Russia, I should say. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the difference between socialism, communism, and Bolshevism in his new book, Liberal Bolshevism. That's going to be interesting. Like I said, if you ever want to do well at something, find someone who has done it before successfully and talk to them. And what I mean by that is, one of the things we're seeing a shift, a polar shift in our country and the way, things are going. And so when I had an opportunity to speak with Elix and we were talking about his book and stuff, he's seen it firsthand. He lived in Soviet Russia during the time that it was still Soviet Russia. And he is seeing, and we're not going to say, well, America's doing this. He's going to paint what it was like for him growing up as a young man and everything, and the things that he saw. And then, it's up to you to draw the correlation if you're seeing those things here in our country currently. And so that's going to be an awesome show. That's also, that's going to be a really good show. I can't wait to do that. But I can't stress to you enough how important it is that you tell your friends about us, especially those late night. If you're up at night and stuff, you want good entertainment, because one of the things we're going to bring you here at the Midnight Ocean, some great guests, and we're knowledgeable guests. And trust me, they're vetted. We're not going to bring you, off the wall. We do vet our guests. We have a list. I produce a list of over the years of people that I've listened to, people that I've followed, and my assistant producer, she reaches out to them and stuff. So we have some high quality people. And if you're a late night person and like I am, one of the reasons why I came back and started to do this show is, I'll just flat out tell you, is that I got tired of the crap that was being offered out there. There were some great shows, late night shows, don't get me wrong. John B. Wells, great show. Love his show. The problem that I have with John B. is you got to pay. So some people can't afford it. Number one. Number two, he didn't have any listener participation. And everything was pre-recorded. So I get it. I'm not criticizing. I mean, everybody does things differently, and I get that. And like I said, I'll always support John B. I love his shows and everything. My goal here is to give you free, quality, late night podcasting and radio shows that you can participate in. And part of that participation is you got to participate. That's the whole goal. There's nothing that'll make me happier than to receive a ton of chat messages from you when I open up my Facebook in the morning and stuff. I'd love to talk to you. I'm a very sociable guy. You can't do this business and talk for 4 hours every night nonstop and not be sociable. I'm not a curmudgeon, and I am accessible. That's also important. We make ourselves accessible. And the only way, like I said, if you want access to us, I can tell you the best way to do it is go out to our Facebook page, The Midnight Ocean, look us up, join the page, like us, send me a message. Love to hear from you. I'll fix the tweet. It's at the MN Ocean, not TM Ocean. I'll fix that. And then you can also hashtag us and stuff, and we'll get back to you. But like always, I want to say great show, great, outstanding show. We're getting better every day, getting better every day. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Trip, for taking time, your 4 hours out of your evening. I know it was a late night. And also I want to thank you, the listeners, for joining us for the chat room and participating. But you're listening to Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean Radio Show podcast. Join us here every Monday through Friday from 10 p.m. Eastern Time to 2 a.m. 4 hours. 4 hours of good quality late night programming. I appreciate it. Until tomorrow, may you be well. May you sleep well, and look forward to hearing from you.
Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.